Good morning, everyone. I'll call our September 26, 2025 council meeting to order at 9 o'clock. I'd like to welcome council members on Zoom today and to everyone else who has joined us on the live stream via YouTube. We will begin by acknowledging that the CDHO office and staff operate out of Toronto, Ontario, within the Dish with One Spoon territory. The name Toronto originates from Takaranto, a Mohawk word meaning the place in the water where the trees are standing. Toronto is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now the home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. Toronto is also covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaties, signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. We wish to acknowledge this land on which CDHO operates and are thankful to be able to work and live in these territories. I'd like to welcome the CDHO staff that are joining us, as well as to our legal counsel, Julie McCura. I'd like to congratulate and welcome to council our newest public member, Nella Chiapetta. Nella has been appointed for a term of 1 year. So moving to agenda item 1.2, Council Code of Conduct. This is just a reminder of GP 8, and council members shall conduct themselves in accordance with the bylaws. We've all read the bylaws, section 3.7, which relates to council member code of conduct. And I'll just remind council members that we are to act in the best interest of the college and the public of Ontario. And as such, we should ensure that we keep this in the forefront of our minds in all that we discuss and do today. Just a few quick reminders. Please keep your microphones muted when not speaking to minimize background noise. And if you encounter any technical difficulties, please email Veronica for assistance. And just a final reminder to council that the mandate of the college is public protection, and we should keep this in mind for our discussions and all decision-making today. So moving to agenda item 1.3, our council policy manual update. There's a briefing note found on page 6 of your meeting package. And as a reminder, the following policies were updated at the June 20th, 2025 council meeting. GP 6.2, the ownership linkage committee terms of reference were removed. GP 7, council and committee stipend and expenses. CRD 6, registrar CEO succession, and CRD 7, registrar and CEO termination. We'll just move to agenda item 2.0, the approval of the agenda. So your agenda starts on page 2 of your meeting package. Are there any comments or modifications or questions about the agenda for today's meeting? Not hearing any. So the motion is that council moves to approve the September 26, 2025 council meeting agenda as presented. Can I have a mover, please? Terry, seconder Christina, all in favor? Okay, carried. Good. Next, we have item 3.0, declarations of conflict of interest. Are there any conflicts of interest to declare with any of today's agenda items? Not seeing any. We'll move on to the approval of our meeting minutes from June 20th, 2025. These meeting minutes can be found starting on page 9 of your meeting package. Does anyone have any corrections to the meeting minutes from our June council meeting? Not hearing or seeing any. So our motion then is that council moves to approve the June 20th, 2025 meeting minutes as presented. And
Sorry, Michelle, I have one.
Oh, sorry, Terry.
It's okay. Sorry, I was just delayed scanning through. I could be wrong, but on page 10 of the PDF, which would be, I believe, page 2 of the June 20th meeting minutes, it says under 6.1, Usman Paracha from Hillborn LLP presented the 2023 draft financial statements. I believe that should be the 2024 draft financial statements to council.
Yes, that is correct. So we'll make that correction. Thanks, Terry.
No problem.
Any other corrections that anyone sees? Okay, so then our motion will be to approve the corrected June 20th, 2025 meeting minutes as presented. I just need a mover for that. Aaron, thank you. Seconder Tiffany, all in favor? Okay, carried. So now we'll move to agenda item 5.0, which is information requested by council. So our statutory committee reports, and these reports run from agenda item 5.1.1 to 5.1.7 in your meeting package, and they start on page 18. And this information is provided to council for information, but has council noticed any trends in these reports or any risk considerations? Or do you have any questions related to any of the reports in your package? Not seeing any. Okay, so moving to incidental briefing reports, the chair's report, my chair report is on agenda item 5.2.1, and my report starts on page 32. I'd just like to add the following meetings to my report. On September 12th, I met with Veronica and Glenn. And then on September 24th, I had two separate meetings, one with Glenn and one with Terry. So that can be added to my report. Any questions? I'm happy to answer any questions about my report. Okay, so now we'll move to the registrar's administrative report. Dr. Pettifer, I'd like to invite you now to speak to your report, which can be found starting on page 36 of our meeting package.
Great. Thank you, Michelle, and good morning to everyone, and welcome to all members of council and individuals observing this meeting on the live stream. It's my pleasure to attend this meeting today and provide updates on the operation of the college for the period from June 20th to present day. I'm happy to report that our registrations continue to increase year over year. And we currently have 16,446 registrants with the college. 15,000 of those are general registrations, about 650 are specialty registrations, and 782 are non-practicing registrations. Keeping in line with the registration theme, I'm happy to report that Keisha Simpson, who is our manager of registration and also our equity and inclusion strategy lead, presented at a seminar organized by the Office of the Fairness Commissioner. And the seminar topic was best practices and effective methods for collecting and analyzing race-based data. And Keisha presented an overview of the CDHO's practices in this regard at the invitation of the Fairness Commissioner. So we're really happy to be able to showcase the work of the college in this regard. And congratulations to Keisha for a well-received presentation. The registration team has been actively engaged in testing our system in advance of the launch of the annual renewal process that begins on October the 15th. And I've been asked by the registration team to gently remind any RDHs that are attending the meeting today to log into the new self-service portal in advance of renewals, if you haven't already done so, to help reduce the likelihood of complications during the renewal process. This summer, the optional peer circles were in full swing, and the fall cohort for the Path 4 peer circle began this month. There are over 300 RDHs who have volunteered to participate in the fall Path 4 peer circles. This continues to be a very successful platform for engaging registered dental hygienists in discussions regarding common practice challenges and practice risk assessment and risk mitigation. In addition to the support of continued competence provided by the Peer Circle discussion platform, QA staff are engaged in the production of numerous educational modules RDHs currently have access to modules that cover such topics as consent, confidentiality and privacy, mandatory reporting, trauma and violence-informed care. Modules on considerations and the provision of oral health care to persons with disabilities, modules on record keeping and professionalism and communication are in the final stages of production. So we're really looking forward to being able to provide those resources to registered dental hygienists. The college's public awareness campaign wrapped up at the end of August, and the Director of Communications and Stakeholder Engagement will present the results of this year's campaign and future plans at Council's December meeting. The big news for us in this month has been that the Government of Ontario announced a consultation on September 17th regarding proposed scope of practice enhancements for several health professions, including dental hygienists, denturists, physiotherapists, chiropractors, chiropodists. For dental hygienists, the proposed scope changes include permitting RDHs to do the following: order dental radiographs, serve as radiation protection officers under the Healing Arts Radiation Protection Act, and prescribing and administering local anesthetic by injection in the orofacial complex. Members of the public, the profession, and organizations can comment on the proposals through the government's regulatory registry. And the deadline for comments is November the 3rd. So there's not a hugely long consultation period. Importantly, and it'd be really important to note this, the government is only consulting on the general proposal and is not making any specific legislative or regulatory changes at this time. Once the consultation period is closed, the government will review the feedback and decide whether to proceed with some, none, or all of the proposed changes. The government will also decide whether any of the proposed changes or scope amendments, if accepted, would be subject to any restrictions or limitations. If the government decides to proceed with all or some of the proposed changes, this will require legislative and regulatory amendments, and legislative amendments must be presented to and approved by the legislature. Regulatory amendments may require action by the Minister of Health and or the CDHO. So we're preparing for the possibility of an expanded scope of dental hygiene practice. This will require the CDHO to develop appropriate guidelines and standards related to the administration of local anesthetic by injection and updating its guidelines related to radiography. The CDHO anticipates that if approved, it would implement an appropriate training and oversight system, and that there would be a transition period for dental hygienists to demonstrate competence in these new areas of practice. Overall, the suggestion by the government of these proposed changes in scope of practice for dental hygienists has been strongly informed by conversations between the CDHO, the ODHA, and the government over the last year, and we look forward to the continuation of this strong collaboration as the matter proceeds. The next stop on this train will be after November 3rd, when the public consultation period closes and the results of the consultation are reviewed by the government. So that concludes my remarks. I'm happy to take any questions or provide any additional information if members have any questions.
Any questions for Glenn related to his update? I have a couple questions, Glenn. Well,
Sure.
first of all, thank you for that very detailed and comprehensive update. Obviously, you and your staff have been very busy. These are all very positive things for the college and the profession and ultimately the public of Ontario. So with respect to the new practice standard on cultural safety, humility, and anti-racism,
Right.
when do you expect that to be ready and or implemented?
Thank you. So the initial work around framing that project and how we'll actually proceed with drafting that standard, and most importantly, consulting with the communities that will be influenced by that standard. is going to take place in November. I think the first meeting of the focus group will be in November. So that's the first framing step. I would imagine that a draft, and I'm guessing on this, a draft of the standard would probably be available at this time next year. Because there is going to be a lot of work and time spent in actually consulting out to the community in this regard.
And within your report, you talk about the National Code of Ethics. So just confirming that will replace the current CDHO Code of Ethics?
Well, that's up to the council.
Well, yeah.
Right. So yes, it will be presented as, when it's finished, it will be presented in draft form for council to consider as a replacement for the current code of ethics.
Okay.
But there's still a lot of work on that. I mean, this is a sort of a national endeavor as well. So there's lots of conversations taking place around this, and it will take some time.
Is this Anne-Marie?
Thank you. Just clarification on that National Code of Ethics. Are you referring to, is it the one being worked on by the FDHRC?
Yes.
Okay. And you might not know this, but will it sort of be adapted by, because CDHA has their own, we have one, like, do you anticipate it would be adapted by all of the partners, community partners? You probably don't, I mean, that's kind of.
All the regulators?
Well, like all of the regulators, but I guess I'm curious as to whether, like I said, I don't know if there's been any discussion. Do you see the professional associations also, so that we're consistent? Do you see the
Right.
professional associations also utilizing this and implementing this as their code of ethics?
Right. I mean, I think that, thank you. I mean, that would certainly be the hope. And, we do use the code of ethics as a regulatory tool to kind of frame the ethical principle framework that we expect registrants to practice within. So as a regulatory tool, it tends to belong more with the regulators than it does with the associations. We would, of course, encourage and hope that the associations, the individual provincial associations, would point to this code of ethics as well. And that's why we're doing, a very broad consultation and with the profession and other system partners as we develop this. But typically, I think that you would find that code of ethics sit with the regulator as opposed to the associations, because the associations generally don't have any power to enforce or ensure that its members actually abide by the code of ethics. So it will, yes, be broadly consultative, but it will actually live with the regulators. And I don't think that it will be that much different than the code of ethics that is articulated or presented by the CDHA. Does that answer your question? Where did you go? Oh, there you are. Okay, thanks.
I think I'm not guessing at what you're saying, Anne-Marie, but yeah, there's going to be a lot of code of ethics out there for this profession. So yeah, hopefully it can be streamlined, I guess. Yes.
I think so. And
Yeah.
that's the hope, is that we can get one unified document that lives with the regulatory body or the federation, and that all of the jurisdictions that regulate dental hygienists in Canada actually point to it as the ethical framework.
Thanks, Glenn. I just had one more question, just related to the government considering the change in scope of practice. What feedback do you think would be useful for the government to hear from dental hygienists?
Oh. So I think that those dental hygienists that are members of the either provincial association or the CDHA are being provided with advice, if you will, on how members of the profession might best respond to the questions that the government is asking regarding these proposed scope of practice changes. The government is fairly aware of the position of the CDHO on this because we have been in conversation with them for the last year, really, as we've been considering, or they've been considering adding this to this broad increase in scope of practice pieces. So it's not necessary for us to, as an organization, to provide feedback on this proposal. They already know what we think.
Terry.
Thanks, Michelle. I have some questions outside of this topic, but within the report. I know we had been talking about interprofessional collaboration at some previous meetings and just asking for some clarity on the different collaborations that are happening with dental hygienists. So I appreciate that on page 37, it's been kind of spelled out with the practice advisory service that there's some interprofessional collaboration conversations that are being asked. I was just wondering, Glenn, if there's any clarity around, it says on page 37, of those 23% of the inquiries are related to interprofessional collaboration, 51% involve interprofessional collaboration with associations. I'm just wondering about clarity, and I'm not sure if you can answer this. Is that something like looking at fees and collaborating with ODA, like questions that could be related to ODA kind of jurisdiction where it's working with a dentist and asking fee clarification questions, or I'm just not understanding the association collaboration piece. And if
Yeah,
not,
right.
it's
Thank you. I'm just going to guess because I don't know the exact answer to this, but I suspect that it's probably related to requests for input from the CDHO for registered dental hygienists who have questions about some of the association, like the non-dental hygiene association comments or fee guides or whatever. It might be about that.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you. And then on page 40 of our package, you've mentioned that as a part of the strategic plan under equity, diversity, and inclusion, that there's an equity sequence training that is a framework for decision making that two staff have already completed, which is excellent. Thank you. That's such a great thing to hear and such a priority. I'm just wondering, is that something that might be valuable for council or committee members that are also involved in decision making?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're having those conversations now around how we can best provide that type of training for members of council and non-council committee members, and then and then college staff as well. So yes, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Glenn.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Terry. Any other questions or feedback for Glenn related to his report and all the good things that are being done for public safety? Not hearing any. Okay, thanks again, Glenn. So we'll move on to our council education piece, item 6.0 on our agenda. So council members recently completed a survey related to the education they felt they needed in order to increase their level of knowledge on certain topics. The topic that was chosen the most amongst council members was the topic of regulatory issues and trends. So I would like to welcome our legal counsel, Julie Macura from Stanecki, Macura and LeBlanc to present this topic to council. Julie's a member of the Law Societies of Ontario and New Brunswick. She's practiced administrative law with an emphasis on professional regulation for over 30 years. And I'll turn it over to you now, Julie.
Thank you so much, Michelle. And I'm going to ask Veronica to share the slides. Thank you so much, Veronica. And so we can move to the next one. So that's what I'm going to talk about today is some trends, and for a change, I'm not going to do all the talking. I'm going to do a brief introduction, and then we're going to work on some scenarios in small groups so that you can sort of get used to the idea of working through some of these issues that we're talking about. So first of all, as you can likely tell, if you've been looking at what's happening across the country, the regulation of professionals is changing rapidly, and certainly it's changed dramatically from where it was, let's say, 30 years ago, which is, when the RHPA first came into force, 32 years ago now. So this session really is aimed at helping you to figure out how you manage that change that's always happening, in light of council's important oversight and risk management role. And I know that you're getting a session later this afternoon on risk management from Doha as well. So that's very, very timely and should dovetail nicely with my session. So we're going to work on scenarios, and I think hopefully you've already been given them. If not, we're going to walk through them anyway. Then you're going to break up into groups and then come back and we'll discuss it. So they're based on real life issues that other regulators have been dealing with, perhaps exaggerated a little bit just for entertainment value, but really these are issues that other regulators are grappling with. Next slide, please, Veronica. So I've chosen sort of what I think are the four sort of most pressing trends, really, which include governance reform, enhanced oversight of regulatory bodies, modifications to the mandate of regulators, and then regulatory tools. And we'll drill down into all of those and hopefully get a chance to look at those as we go through the scenarios as well. Next slide, please. So in terms of governance reform, that is front and center with many regulators right now, with some nudging by provincial governments. Certainly, instead of continuing to use the election process, there's an increased emphasis on putting selection processes in place and competency-based ones, sort of skills-based ones. And you've heard me talk before about how in Ontario, the College of Teachers has changed its legislation a couple of years ago so that the council now just does a policy and risk management role, and none of the council members are on any of the statutory committees. All of the statutory committees are appointments, and they're competency-based. So people who have competence with registration matters, people who have competence with discipline hearings. And so that you can see that trend happening there. And certainly in the BC health professions, we can see that sort of even in an exaggerated way because of the amalgamation of the many, many different regulators there, with still very small council members. So there likely are people on those councils in BC now who are not members of the profession at all. So you have the ability currently with a lot of your committees to use competency-based selections to a good degree, because you can have a number of non-council committee members on your committees and can select them based on competencies. You would, of course, need amendments to the Regulated Health Professions Act to get rid of the election process entirely for council positions. That said, those council positions don't have to be based on geography, and some councils under the RHPA are moving away from that and are having sort of issue based or competency-based component. Of course, taking into consideration geography, so they're not making sure that not everybody on council is from downtown Toronto, for example. And it really is likely the confusion that comes from the election process that you've heard me talk about before, that council members think that they represent the district that elected them. That's I think that confusion is leading to an increase in governments moving to an appointment process for regulators. And that's tied really, that concept is tied as well to the notion of skills training. So unlike the old days where council members were elected and then just essentially learned on the job and sank or swam, there's now a great deal of training for council and committee members. And that's necessary for good governance. And also it's an expectation of the Ministry of Health that's articulated in the college performance measurement framework. Governance reform also includes more emphasis on boards making policy and performing risk management duties, providing oversight at a high level, reviewing the registrar's performance to make sure that those policy decisions are being implemented. Governance reform also includes making sure that there's a robust code of conduct for committee and council members, and ensuring that council and committee members are aware of what the expectations are, and when those expectations are not met, that there are in fact consequences. Next slide, please. So we also can see additional scrutiny from oversight bodies on the activities of regulators. And these are all just examples here, but you know, of course, that the courts someone can bring an application for judicial review of a council decision. There can be appeal to a divisional court from a discipline or fitness to practice decision. There are tribunals and appeal boards, the health professions appeal and review boards. Here's appeals from registration and complaints matters. You've got human rights tribunals. Anyone can make a complaint against the college if they believe that their human rights have been violated. The Fairness Commissioner looks at the registration processes of a college. You've got the Ministry of Health being more involved with the CPMF, College Performance Measurement Framework, which may in fact become more robust over time. It's likely not going to be less robust, and there might be additional initiatives of the ministry going forward. You've got ministerial reporting and sort of some informal interventions where you've got the ministry and formal ones like Glenn just mentioned about expanding scope of practice. And certainly you can see front and center where the government is concerned about the access to care. We've got the as of right legislation for certain professions, and that's being expanded as well. The appointment of ad hoc auditors, and of course, the ability to appoint supervisors. And we anticipate that this kind of external scrutiny is going to expand over time and certainly not decrease. Next slide, please. Public access to the work of a regulator is as well part of that enhanced oversight. This means, increased transparency with more expectations that the work of regulators is done in public. You've got board meetings done in public. You've got the ability for the public to attend discipline hearings. And of course, now that those are online, it's easier for members of the public to do that. You've got obligations to have a website that includes all of the different processes, how to make a complaint, how to get registered. There are reports that must be filed with the government. There's obligations on, of course, members to report to the college about various things. You've got your conflict of interest register. And again, you've got the College Performance Measurement Framework trying to bring consistency to the work of our HPA colleges. Next slide, please. So then we talk about the governance reform issue or a trend about modifying the mandate of the regulators. And this is something that you heard Glenn just talk about, the diversity, equity, and inclusion initiative, for example. And so certainly in the old days, there was a view that regulators really just had a very narrow prescribed role, which is, setting entry to practice standards and dealing with complaints and discipline. But really the expectations now, the societal expectations, government expectations, is that the regulators have a role in addressing past systemic discrimination. And that's something that Glenn mentioned in Truth and Reconciliation Commission report, for example. So it goes beyond just discrimination against individual patients who, of course, can complain about that, but more in terms of systemic discrimination. We've also got case law from the Supreme Court of Canada saying that regulators have to pay attention to charter values, not just charter breaches, but charter values, so that when your decisions are made, you think about those, you respond to those, and you address how any infringement of your registrant's charter rights are balanced by the measures that you put into place. So how some of these, the mandate is changed is through these measures that are listed on this slide. So education, continuing education, cultural competency standards. We've got examples in British Columbia, for example, accommodation to folks either through the registration process or the complaints discipline process, reporting on how regulators are doing, trying to be proactive and making sure that people understand that what the regulator's role is, what CDHO's role is, where they can make a complaint. And there are, again, BC is a good example of this, the College of Midwives and Nurses, of having a different system in place for people to make complaints, particularly members of in the Indigenous community, where it's not so adversarial, sort of a different type of an ability to make a complaint that's more in keeping with their own sort of beliefs and values. Next slide, please. As well, wellness. And so I think the pandemic really brought this home, the registration, the wellness of registrants. previously was seen to be, no, that's just an issue for the professional association. It's more and more becoming clear that everyone has a role in making sure that the profession is healthy. That's going to lead to fewer complaints. But really, that's evolved to sort of having a proactive means of addressing incapacity concerns. So making sure that people understand that they can get help, trying to have a compassionate response to concerns that are raised about a member's addiction issues or mental health issues. And again, there's a public protection aspect of this because trying to prevent those issues before they impact patients, of course, is in the interests of the profession, and it protects the public. So strategies for that, again, education, referral to confidential supports. Many regulators have that, perhaps even funding of some of those. There's mentoring programs, and then trying to have a more, again, compassionate or remedial approach where there are concerns about mental health concerns or incapacity, addiction issues. Next slide, please. So we talk about regulatory tools, the tools that you use to do the work, and policy making, and some of the scenarios that we'll talk about today will help you sort of think about those different tools that you would use. So this aspect of regulatory modernization is really aimed at giving councils and committees the necessary tools that they need in order to fulfill their mandate successfully, including with respect to making policy. So there's an increased emphasis on having a robust policy-making procedure in place. And what you can see whenever someone brings a challenge to a council decision or a committee decision, where if there has been a robust, transparent policy-making process, the courts look at that favorably. So an example is the College of Physicians and Surgeons and Christian Medical and Dental Society, where a group of physicians who objected to certain types of care, abortion, reproduction rights, reproduction services, based on religious beliefs, they challenged the CPSO's policy that a physician couldn't just say to a patient, go somewhere else. You have to actually make an effective referral. Have to make a referral to either another physician or an agency who will provide those services. And so because the college had done a really robust analysis of balancing the members of the profession, their charter rights against the patient's right to healthcare, that was one of the reasons why the court upheld that policy. So we can see where there's a robust policy that includes these steps here: identifying the issue, analyzing the issue, consulting on the issue, and you heard Glenn talk about that in terms of the initiatives that the college is going to doing in the future. There's going to be a consultation process, having council approve them, implement them, and then also very important, because this is a constant ongoing process, evaluating them for their impact, their success. Are they working to protect the public, and then reviewing them. And so that also helps, doing that in a transparent way. And you've likely heard me talk about College of Chiropractors and HARDIC as well. So that was another one where a robust, transparent, well thought out work done on the change that was made. That was about changing a bylaw in terms of a council member's eligibility to be on council, changing it from, because this particular Dr. Hardick had a discipline history within the last I guess it was probably 4 years earlier. So he would have been eligible based on the current bylaws of the college, which allowed for a 3-year period. That college changed it to 6 years. He challenged that in court. And because the college had done a really robust analysis, had done a survey of other colleges, and showed that there was a debate around the council table and taking into consideration the impact on Dr. Hardick, the court upheld that decision, finding that it wasn't made in bad faith. It wasn't aimed at targeting him. It was done for public interest reasons. So doing that in a transparent way is going to increase the likelihood that a decision will be upheld, even if someone challenges it. Next slide, please. So risk management as well. And I think you've got, again, presentation this afternoon on risk, and you've had me do one before in the past, but the slide here sort of shows the risk management cycle. First, you have to identify it. Is it a financial risk? Is it reputational? Is it legal? You have to analyze it. How likely is it to occur? How serious will be the consequences if it does occur? Then you have to treat it. Is it something that we get insurance for? Should we have an audit about this process? Procedural manuals. Do we change standards and articulate those to the profession? And then again, monitoring and reviewing, because it is an iterative process. Next slide, please. Right touch regulation, that's another regulatory tool. You've all heard about this. It's still important. It's still used by regulators. And so you can see, this might be a little bit too small to see on the slide, but you'll be able to look at those, and you've likely seen them before, but really it's about identifying the problem before you start creating a solution. You want to quantify and qualify the risk. So how likely is it to happen, and how serious is it when it happens? Get as close to the problem as possible. Use regulation only when necessary. Keep the solution simple. Check for any unintended consequences. That's why you can't look at the college as silos. It all has to be sort of looked at as a whole unit, and then review and respond to change over time. So this all comes down to risk is the problem or question that you're dealing with about a risk of harm. If no, then you don't need to use regulation. If yes, then you do, and you follow these steps in the decision tree, sort of analyzing the risk. Next slide, please. So again, decision trees and guidelines, other tools that often used for specific committees. For example, the registration committee often has a sort of a framework or a decision tree guideline about how to assess professional suitability or good character. For complaints, determining a suitable disposition, taking into account things like a pattern of behavior on the part of the registrant in the past, how serious the conduct was, how, was there patient harm, all of those kinds of different factors. Discipline committee guidelines on sanction, for example, quality assurance, the criteria for selecting a member for an assessment. And then even the public register, because there's a provision in the code that allows the registrar to remove something on the public register if it's no longer relevant, some criteria for that kind of process, so that it's not just the registrar, flipping a coin or saying, if you ask me on a Friday, I'm going to be more likely to take it off than if you ask me on a Monday. So you want some actual decision trees that help bring consistency to that. And I know that was a very, very quick review of those kinds of trends, but unless anybody has any questions, we're then going to move to the scenarios. And I think we can probably move to the next slide, Veronica, just while people think about whether they have any questions or not. And if not, you hopefully have the handout of the scenarios available to you. If not, I'm sure I see Michelle nodding. So we'll start with scenario 1, and then you're going to move into 4 breakout rooms. We'll work through the question. Each of you will have a different question about the same scenario. So that way, when you come back, we're not going to have anybody say, oh, she took all my ideas. So you're going to have different, like what she said. So you're all going to have different questions, but about the same scenario. So I'm going to just review the first scenario out loud and then review the 4 questions. And each group is going to work on their assigned question. But any questions before we move into the scenarios? Nope. Okay. So the first scenario then involves and if any of you have been watching the newspaper and what's happening at the Real Estate Council of Ontario, this will sound very familiar to you. So let's assume that a dental hygienist with exceptional managerial skills worked her way to the chief financial officer position of a multi-site chain of oral health offices involving 25 locations, 100 dentists, and 300 dental hygienists. It appears that she orchestrated a billing fraud scheme involving millions of dollars. When alerted to allegations through a tip from another dental hygienist in the chain, the registrar CEO of that regulator chose not to inform the police or the RCDSO in terms of the dentist for fear of compromising the investigation that that particular college, the CDHO, was taking. After a year of inquiries, the ICRC referred the matter to discipline. When told that the case would be difficult to prove, the registrar proposed, and the dental hygienist accepted, a resolution, sort of like a settlement involving an undertaking. So the dental hygienist was going to undertake that she would permanently resign from the college. The registrar did not know this at the time, but during the 1-year investigation period, the dental hygienist had transferred $10 million to an offshore account and had absconded, left to a country with no extradition treaty to Canada. The insurers then learned of the scheme and notified the police, and an enormous scandal ensued. The Minister of Health has intimated that she may appoint a supervisor to manage the CDHO. So that's the scenario, and you'll each have the scenario with you in front of you when you go. But so group one, the question is going to be, why would it be challenging for a council member, such as the chair of council, or a committee to approve individual settlements, like resolutions like this one, where there's an undertaking of pending discipline matters, matters that are not yet gone to discipline, or that have been referred but haven't been resolved yet? So that's group one's question. Group two, what are some options for ensuring the suitability of joint submissions on penalty, those kinds of resolutions or settlements of pending discipline matters? Group three, how should the registrar or CEO be held accountable for these sorts of decisions? And group four, of course, I bolded that one too hard, so now I can't see it. How could the council engage in damage control relating to the risk of the minister appointing a supervisor? Okay, so why don't we, Veronica's going to move you into separate groups. You're going to work on your particular question. We'll try 10 minutes. Does 10 minutes sound reasonable, Michelle and Glenn? Yeah. Okay, let's take 10 minutes. Ideally, when you come back, one of you, or perhaps more than one of you from each group, will speak to and give you your thoughts. Ideally, going forward, you'll have a different person with each question so that you give more people an opportunity to talk. But so if you can report back on your thoughts, and again, there are no wrong answers. These are just scenarios. It's really not trying to come up with the best answer, but thinking about process. What are the factors and considerations that you need to think about? Safe space. There's not going to be any judging, and just try to help you work through and exercise those risk management and policy making muscles. Okay. And so what time is it now? It is 9:47, and we'll come back in 10 minutes. I can't do math quickly. It'll be after 10.
10.
Okay.
We will say 10.
Okay. We'll come back at 10. Okay, thanks. Welcome back. I think Glenn has just stepped away briefly, but we can start without him. He won't mind, I don't think. So can we start with group one then? And the question that you were considering was, why would it be challenging for a council member, such as the chair of council, or a committee to approve proposed individual settlements of upcoming discipline matters? And who's going to speak for group one? Jennifer.
Thanks, Julie. We were talking about the fact that the registrar or the CEO should have gotten a PVA and not made the decision individually to not refer this to the police. And we also discussed that it should have stayed with the discipline committee. One individual person should never have made the decision about this case by themselves. It should have stayed with the discipline committee.
Okay, so does anybody who's not in that group have any thoughts about thinking about the question? The question is, why would it be challenging for a council member? So not asking you like what should have happened in the case, but why would it be challenging for the chair of council or a committee to be approving these individual settlements? So I hear all your points, Jennifer. I think it was just, you might have been thinking of a different question. So I think those are all valid points, but you're sort of jumping ahead to what should have been done here. So I think Terry, then Christina, and then Vanessa.
Thanks, Julie. Council can't speak individually. Council can only speak as a group, which would be, and we might delegate that to someone, but it would be the same committee wise, is individual committee members don't have the power in order to make a decision themselves. And so this would be grounds for appeal and further issue should they be making a judgment in isolation without discussing with their peers and considering all information through the appropriate processes.
Okay, interesting thoughts. Christina?
The other thing, and we actually ended up talking about this in our group, it would also be at the time between ICRC and discipline, the people on council could end up being on the discipline committee to hear this matter. So it'd be inappropriate for the staff to be disclosing the nature of this investigation as they are digging into the details, just because it could create a conflict and you don't know if there's going to be a conflict. So best practice would actually be for council not to hear any of this.
Yeah, exactly. Because the more that council and committee members become involved in disciplinary matters, the more likelihood there is an appearance of bias because of prior involvement. And you're quite right, because of council members rotating frequently. But I saw another hand up.
Yes,
Yes.
it was in my group. I was going to say,
Okay.
she may have the same thing.
Yeah, okay. Any other thoughts before I sort of give you some additional, what I think are, that's, perhaps rationales for that? Why it would be difficult. So exactly that what mentioned Christina and Vanessa was about to mention in terms of bias. Also because council members rotate frequently, there's likely going to be an increased risk of inconsistency in the decisions that are made. Like you've got different people thinking about these proposed outcomes. The decisions are time sensitive, and I thought that's where somebody was going when you talked about the difference, like the time between. So often when a member is ready to, plead guilty or agree to go away or something, often that decision has to be made very, very quickly. And sometimes it would be difficult to get a committee together or even a council member. And the decisions really involve adjudicative and legal matters that council members, so separate and apart from discipline committee members, but of course it would be inappropriate to get a discipline committee member involved, because if the proposed settlement went awry, it's like, even if it was an undertaking, if the person decided not to do it, it's going to end up at discipline. So then you've got the tainting process. But because of the skills needed for those kinds of proposals, it would be challenging, I think, for anyone on council or committee to approve those individual agreements. Anybody that sound like it makes sense? Considerations, good considerations. Okay, so let's move to group two then. What are some options for ensuring the suitability of joint submissions on penalty or proposals and agreements? of pending matters. Again, so in this case, you're probably assuming that it's not going to be council doing it. So you're going to put yourself in the shoes of somebody else. Council and committee members are not doing. But what are some options for making sure that those proposals are suitable and that they're not going to result in a scandal? Group 2, who's going to speak on behalf of Group 2? Anne-Marie?
So first of all, I'm just going to credit the lawyer in the group with this answer. So, I mean, the only thing that we were coached through sort of was to look at potentially precedent. And really, we sort of debated this question a lot, trying to understand exactly. So that's one of the things, is just looking at precedent to make sure what was done before with case of a similar nature.
Yep, and that's exactly one of my sort of little cheat points for helping you out. That's one of the things I was thinking of as well, was making sure that the decision makers, whoever it is is making the decision, is reviewing precedents that are comparative, that are similar. Any other thoughts about what you could do to try to ensure the suitability of discipline outcomes or resolutions to these matters? You could ensure that there's an explicit process. So not saying what the outcome would be, but saying this is what's always going to happen. You know, our lawyer is going to be involved. They're going to look at precedents. They're going to provide a penalty memo of what are appropriate outcomes. You know, what would be seen to be appropriate, what's been ordered for either this college in the past or other colleges. Some kind of written criteria, like a decision tree, to think about the different kinds of factors, different kinds of cases, and also a sort of a debriefing process after each time a proposal is done. There are some colleges who have they sort of make it a policy that certain types of complaints will not be resolved by way of an undertaking. For example, sexual abuse or serious fraud. Even if the member says, "Oh, I'll go away," some colleges say, "Nope, these cases are going to go to discipline, and there will be a public outcome there through an agreed statement of facts and joint submission process that's in front of a hearing." So while an undertaking to go away is often very efficient and expedient and less expensive for the some colleges will put have a written policy that no, these kinds of cases will not be resolved in that way. And so that makes it complicated for sometimes where the member has already resigned. Like you can't, but you still have jurisdiction over them. So the college will then have to prosecute a matter without the person's involvement, but sometimes it seemed to be in the public interest to do that. Erin, were you the lawyer who was giving the answers?
Well, we were working through it together as a group, so we worked through it all together. But I just was wondering, what's the sort of like public protection rationale then for those colleges then that say no, these types of allegations or cases involving these types of issues would have to go to discipline? Is it a matter of there being then on the registry, on the public record, and having sort of a record of that, or what's the do you know what the public protection rationale is?
I do. And so part of the public protection rationale would be maintaining confidence in the regulator because of the criticism that things are getting swept under the carpet if there's not a public outcome. Even if the public outcome doesn't involve witnesses, as you know, it might just be an agreed statement of facts. And so while the resigning and going away forever is really it's even worse, more serious than revocation, because in revocation you could apply, after a certain period of time, depending on that what it was. It's seen to the public as, oh, they got away with it. All they had to do was resign. So it's really you kind of have to work your way through to the public interest in terms of reputation, but it's that's really the rationale for it. Okay, so let's move to question 3. How should the registrar or CEO be held accountable for these sorts of decisions? And who's going to speak for group 3? Vanessa?
and group, feel free to chime in, but we said that we would call on the CEO in camera and ask the CEO to defend his decision to, one, not inform the police right at the start, and two, to defend his decision to have the undertaking. And then just going back to what you just said, Julie, to hold the CEO accountable in future, perhaps having policies in place that certain types of cases would not be resolved by undertakings.
Mhm. So I think the first one might be the first sort of option about having them come in and account for why they didn't do such and such. So it might not be the best way. Like certainly this one was like a huge scandal, but sort of routinely second guessing individual decisions is probably not a good governance process, but absolutely the annual review might include, if you've already gotten those written protocols, have you complied with those? And if one of the protocols was, and this is again, making sure that you've got the tools that are going to help you enforce your expectations. And if one of your expectations is that where there's some serious fraud, we expect you to go to the police, or we don't want it just to be resolved by way of an undertaking, then the registrar's review would be based on, have you followed that, which might ultimately lead to, the registrar didn't. And this is serious enough that, like the Real Estate Council of Ontario, the person gets terminated. Christina.
Yeah, just to build on that, I think we've talked about a little bit at the end, we didn't get cut off. The idea that like really, even if there's an undertaking, should it go to the discipline committee for approval or review? So no different than a plea agreement in criminal courts. You can absolutely, CEO should have the ability to negotiate an undertaking and come to that type of an agreement. But the root details of that potentially should be resolved in that. And I know some regulators do have that system where even an undertaking or an agreement has to, if both parties agree, it still has to go to discipline to sort of formalize that agreement and say that they've come to something.
Yeah, so that would be a policy decision that the college would have to make. I mean, for low-level conduct, I would suggest it's probably not really going to be workable, but absolutely for something as serious as this. But it would have to be an agreed statement of fact and joint submission. Otherwise, the discipline committee wouldn't have any jurisdiction over just an undertaking. But I see your point. Like it's one of the policies could be that no, these matters have to be resolved or have to go in front of the discipline committee. And it could be that if that had already been referred, then the way it gets in front of them is we're going to withdraw the notice of hearing in light of this undertaking. But really, so I would suggest instead of having sort of counsel call the registrar and ask them to justify it, that probably a more appropriate way, because again, counsel doesn't have the adjudicative and legal training, might be to have an external sort of audit of that decision. And then you would make your decision based on the external audit of somebody who is an expert in this kind of resolution. But so this is just talking about the sort of the appropriate ways to review something that goes really off the rails without just routinely second guessing. Balbir.
My question, I think you kind of answered. I was about to ask, like, to restore the public confidence, can we have a third party investigate and then council can make a decision on the basis of what third party says about the CEO's, the decision in this case. So you kind of answered that we can do that and then have our decision of keeping the CEO or letting them go based on what the third party decision is, because we as a council members, because the CEO is our employee, and then we have a direct, I'm not sure if there's a conflict if we are deciding something, because we all have a kind of long relationships as a council working so closely with the CEO. So having a third party investigate is a better way, I feel.
Yeah. So certainly like an audit would be easier to justify your decision then, as opposed to just sort of compounding a problem by then having an arbitrary decision made based on outcry from the media or whatever it was. Okay, so then group 4, how could the council engage in damage control relating to the risk of the minister appointing a supervisor. Terry.
Thanks, Julie. We interpreted the appointing a supervisor part as the fact that the minister would assume that we were not able to function as a regulator and do our appropriate job. So with council, in order to kind of mitigate that, we would need to show them that we are able to function appropriately as a council and be very expeditious in doing that. So I think bringing those policy reviews to council meetings, be very transparent and public about, looking at what happens with ICRC. So we had discussed those reports, the statutory reports that we just went over as council, that council members have training and look at each of those pieces. Okay, ICRC, was this referred or was it dealt with within 150 days or 210 or 240, or receiving those updates and having those ensuring those processes are in place to make sure that the registrar and the committees can in fact follow those and ensure it doesn't occur again. And so if they're finding that this occurs and they've gone through those reports and they've noticed and they're asking the questions and discussing at the meetings, they can then take that further if they need to, maybe direct the registrar to have these explicit processes in place or have these actual motions being put forward. So demonstrating action that is appropriate to council's work would be one way. We didn't really discuss, Toronto Star type of damage control. We only talked about actual process. A lot of the other groups have kind of taken some of the other ideas that we've already had.
Yeah, so
like, group members want to
you
chime in.
probably want to have a communication strategy for sure to deal with like the Toronto Star, but that your point is excellent in terms of any process that you undertake to deal with this should be one that is transparent, is done publicly. Like the audit itself might not be done publicly, but that you could, release sort of the, executive summary of the audit. So you'd probably still want to, it goes back to the last group, get an audit done. If it then turns out that some of your processes about how resolutions come around needs to be revised, then you do a public revision of that so that the appropriate ministry has faith in you. I have seen that from other regulators where something bad happens and they immediately, the sort of knee-jerk reaction is, well, we got to solve this in private. They don't want anyone to see their dirty laundry, but that just lets other people worry that, well, what are they doing? Are they spiraling? Whereas if you have the discussion in public, and if somebody needs to be terminated because they weren't following the appropriate protocol, then that happens as well. But doing this all in public and revising the processes as necessary is going to go a long way to assuring the ministry that, okay, you got it under control. It was a one-off. I don't need to actually appoint a supervisor. Okay, any other comments on that before we move to the second one? And I know that you've got a break coming up, but maybe we could just incorporate that with Glenn, what do you think? Incorporate that with the breakout session? Okay, so the second scenario then is it's about AI, artificial intelligence. So let's assume it's now the year 2030. And since 2025, the use of AI in the practice of dental hygiene has been a topic of conversation everywhere except at the council table. So the registrar CEO, perhaps this is a different one from the last, he's been terminated from the last one, but we got a new CEO. They've frequently brought to council concerns identified by the ICRC and the Quality Assurance Committee about inappropriate use of AI. For example, unreviewed AI-generated notes by devices that are essentially listening during appointments without patient consent, which I just had for the first time with a massage, although a physio. He did ask me though, but it was weird to know that there's someone listening to everything you're saying. Assessment of patients' oral health through video recordings, and those kinds of AI matters. So then this auto scale machine has evolved so that once it's set up by a dental hygienist, it scales a patient's teeth, allowing dental hygienists to provide services to 4 patients simultaneously. So concerns have arisen as to the effectiveness and safety of auto scale. There have also been increased reports of underlying conditions, especially of the gums, not being identified by dental hygienists who are using this auto scale. In 2030, insurers have decided to reduce the fees for scaling by dental hygienists to 25% of the previous permissible amount, indicating that all dental hygienists, in the view of the insurers, should be using auto scale. So council is now engaged in the issue. So for group one, your question to think about is, how can council make sure that emerging issues are brought to its attention? So this is just like, so you're not asking to solve the AI problem. This is the context of it. So how can council make sure that these kinds of emerging issues are brought to its attention? Group two, how can council prioritize policy issues that should be addressed? Group three, what kinds of consultation would be warranted here in terms of this kind of context where you've got this new technology and you've got insurance companies responding to it? And then the fourth one, what's council's authority and role for dealing with AI, the use of AI by the profession? So those are the four questions for the groups. And Glenn, you want to, Terry and Michelle, I'm in your hands. Do you want to take the break now and then move into the groups, or?
I think we could move into our groups, spend the 10 minutes and then come back and then have the break and be back for 10:45.
Perfect. Okay.
And if we're done before the 10 minutes, the group, we can,
Okay.
everyone be back for 10:45.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, we're back. So we're going to do the debrief of number 2, and we've realized that we're not going to have time to do all 4 today. So I think we're going to, after this one, we're going to skip to number 4, but we can do number 3 on another day. So this is the AI scenario. And the question for group 1 was, how can council make sure that emerging issues are brought to its attention?
I'm going to go be our speaker for group 1. So we felt that doing what we're doing right now would be a good way to for council to be aware of emerging issues. So that's what this council education session is about. So we thought that would be a good thing. Also sending council members to conferences for emerging trends. So usually at CNR, things like that, emerging trends are discussed. So that might be information that council could bring back. And then just listening and paying attention to the question, which we already do, listening to questions that come in to practice advisors from registrants. We can become attuned to kind of what's happening in the profession. And then also maybe surveying dental hygienists or questions with the voice of the patient when patients or clients are surveyed to find out what is happening within, their appointments. So that was pretty much it.
Yep, excellent. Anybody else have anything that they wanted to chime in on that one? Carrie?
I was wondering if it is like, as a dental hygienist, like if we're seeing things maybe potentially happening in practice or in education, and we could bring things forward that if we're seeing it outside, just kind of putting it on the radar of operations or council if anybody's ever noticed.
That one's a little bit tricky because that can lead to people sort of using council as their own, like, I've got a practice issue. What do you people think? So
Right,
that
yeah,
one's
we
a
don't
bit
want
tricky.
that.
No, we don't want that. But I've seen that in other organizations. And so, so if you have, that said, if an issue, you can just, go through the practice advisor in the way that anybody could. And so if it's clearly is a trend, then that's going to be brought to your attention. But I think one of the key roles is through staff. And that was what was identified in this scenario, that staff and also the committee were trying to bring it to the attention of the council. So staff and certainly when it comes to the practice advisor, that's going to have to come through staff as well. So I think that you got all of them, other than identifying that really it's often going to be staff. Like you wouldn't want, while you would want to pay attention to, let's say, once a year at CNR conference, it's going to be staff who's aware of those, like day-to-day kind of thing, the pressures and that they're hearing about from members. Okay, group 2. How can council prioritize policy issues that should be addressed?
All right, so I'm going to speak on behalf of our group. And really, we just based it on looking at the risk to the public. So what are the risks to the public in this scenario based on AI, based on this new auto scale, and then aligning some sort of documenting some sort of a risk assessment so that we're looking at it in some sort of a scale so that we can put the top priority, what is the main focus of risk, going downward, so that every time that we're coming to the table, we can analyze what our focus is and looking at the risk.
Yeah,
And that's
exactly.
basically
So
what it's
yeah, so essentially like using the risk register, if you've got one, to weigh risk. So like leaving aside this particular situation, but generally you want to use the risk register. Is this on a risk register? But you've identified it, the risk of harm. So what's the public protection from harm? That's the most important thing. So those issues are going to be on the top of the hierarchy of concerns. Listen to staff and committees. And also don't wait until there's a financial impact on registrants before you make a decision like that. But that's exactly it. It's all about the risk, really. So group 3, what kind of consultation process would be warranted here in this AI scenario?
I can speak on behalf of the group 3. I think when we look at the consultation to restore the public trust and public confidence, it should be broad, multi-stakeholder consultations. including obviously the hygienists, the regulatory bodies, and most importantly, the public, and also AI experts and the manufacturers of these type of machines and the regulators of these type of machines. And then the safety board to make sure that this is all safe. And then we can have different jurisdiction regulatory bodies as well looking into their literature, how they're, what they're doing about it.
Okay, anybody else have anything in addition to that list? You probably want to talk to the insurers as well and the
Yeah.
profession for sure. But
Yeah.
maybe other
Insurance
regulators.
companies.
Yeah, maybe other regulators in the oral health space as well. But yeah, you'd want to, for this kind of issue, you'd want to have a broad consultation process, just like Balbir mentioned. Okay, group 4, what is council's authority and role for dealing with AI use by the profession?
So I'm going to speak on behalf of Group 4. So we talked about approving the standards of practice, providing guidance to the QA teams, and then also supporting the staff in investigating the use of AI across the profession, right? So not being involved in it, but just providing guidance and approving certain practices.
Okay, yeah, those would both be appropriate and wouldn't be council getting into sort of operations. Any other thoughts? I think maybe collaborate with other regulators that have an interest in this. But definitely you would not be negotiating fees with insurers. That's one of the ones where you would not be doing that. So, okay, so we've got time for one more, and I think then we should be just right on time. We're going to zip to number 4, I think. It's a little tougher, I think. It's certainly more controversial, but I think it would be, I think it'll be a good to go through. So, it's a charter conundrum. So the CDHO's practice advisors have received several expressions of concern that require council policy direction. Several dental hygienists want to limit their services only to female patients because it's against their religion to touch men who are not immediate family members. The ICRC has also received a complaint that a dental hygienist who claims this same limitation makes frequent exceptions, but only for Caucasian men. One dental hygienist even asks the following question on the patient intake form: were you born with a vagina or a penis? Council agrees that it needs to provide some guidance to the profession on this issue. So as we did with the other ones, we're going to ask each group to think about a question. I do want to have the extra caution this time, though, that you are not deciding, and Aaron, you can support me, you're not deciding whether a dental hygienist can refuse to treat men or anybody. That's a very nuanced legal issue that you would have legal advice for. And so I don't want anyone leaving here thinking, oh, Julie says I can refuse to treat men. That's not a takeaway. So this is really just about process and the policy decision. So group 1, what would be the considerations for allowing dental hygienists to refuse service to some patients based on religious belief? So it's not saying that you should be able to, but what would some of the considerations be for allowing that? And we know that with the College of, the CPSO, they have physicians who have those issues as well. So what would be considerations for? And then group 2 is what would be considerations against? What would be the considerations against allowing dental hygienists to refuse service to some patients based on religious belief? Group 3, what special consultation steps might be beneficial when developing a policy? So beyond just the usual like profession, we know that. So what special ones would you might do? And then the last group, what statement of principles might be contained in the ultimate policy that you provide to the profession, like the CPSO equivalent? What sort of statement of principles, if you will? And you're going to have to put sort of your charter and human right brains on for this one. And again, no right answer. I'm not expecting you to decide today, and you should not. Just be very cognizant of that. That's not what we're asking. This is really about process. So I don't want anyone leaving here saying that Julie said you could refuse to treat people based on their gender. Okay. So we'll break and we'll take 10 minutes, and then we should be right absolutely on time. Okay. So thank you for coming back. And yes, I can tell you that some of the regulators are dealing with those kinds of issues right now. So group one, what would be the considerations for allowing dental hygienists to refuse service to some patients based on religious belief?
So I'll take that one. We had a look at the charter on that one. So considerations for would be the right to religious freedom. And that is a protected right. We're for, so that's what we found for. We also kind of agreed that there was conflicting rights there between the provider and the patient. So because the patient has a right to be free from discrimination based on their sex or gender. So it's definitely, there's a need to balance those rights because that does seem to conflict. So we had thought that perhaps the next step would be to look at legal precedents. But it is definitely complex, not an easy answer.
That's right. Anybody else have any thoughts about what the considerations would be for allowing dental hygienists to refuse service? Vanessa.
I think if they were to refuse service, they would have to offer an alternative, someone else to provide that same service instead of just refusing the treatment altogether.
Okay, so that might be like if you allowed this, what should happen as opposed to what one of the reasons why you should allow it to happen. I know this is really tricky, and so you might find that this is a bit of a stretch, but if you were trying to make the arguments as to why you should allow this or could allow it, arguably it might help avoid or prevent substandard service. So, for example, shortened treatments that, say because the dental hygienist has some personal discomfort or something. So, like it's a stretch, and you might not believe it, but that could be an argument for why you would allow it. I think this is sort of goes to Chris's point, but the right of dental hygienists to try to control their practice choices. And so those would be arguments for. So let's go to group two. What would be the considerations against allowing dental hygienists to refuse service based on religious belief?
So for against, we were also discrimination against just basic human rights. And access to care was a huge one for us. So access to care just for anyone based on location. You may not be working in a large center. You may be in a northern community. You may be the only dental hygienist. Standard of practice, our practice guidelines, and the risk of the reputation to our regulatory body or to our college and the public trust and safety. Because if we're denying this basic human right or an access to care, then we're representing to the public as if we are excluding. So that's a false representation.
Okay, that's excellent. And so as well, the privacy rights of patients. And I think that's something that Krista mentioned as well before when she was trying to do both sides of it, which is like good lawyer, Krista. So certainly the privacy rights of patients would be a reason not to allow it, especially if you're asking the kinds of questions that are given in the scenario. As well, making sure that religious belief is not used as a reason to justify inappropriate discrimination, where I put in the situation, like the example of the person who relies on that, but will make exceptions for Caucasian people. So those would be some of the examples of reasons why that you would against allowing it. So what about group three? What sort of special consultation steps might be helpful when developing a policy dealing with a situation like this, like an issue like this?
So I'm going to speak on behalf of our group for group three. Of course, group members, if I miss anything, feel free to chime in. I think it was funny that we got the consultation question again. I feel like this was harder though. So our discussion led to we would definitely lean to other regulators on this, see what other regulated healthcare professions are doing, kind of do a policy review and it was kind of why reinvent the wheel? Let's lean on our peers and see what they're doing in situations like this, because dental hygiene is not the only profession that actually has to come physically in contact to treat our clients or our patients. Of course, legal counsel would be advised and included in this consultation, as well as human rights, because that's where it kind of is at that tough decision making, those tough choices. So we kind of agreed that we, with the knowledge that we have, wouldn't feel comfortable making this decision without consulting those bodies and getting feedback from them.
Okay, any other thoughts on other groups that you might consult with, or groups or entities? So maybe the Information and Privacy Commissioner, sorry, Christina, I just jumped in there, because of the privacy piece about asking patients. And so hopefully you had a different thought, Christina, before I jumped in.
I was going to say, one of the things we discussed, well, first of all, is sort of council probably tasked staff to do some pretty deep research on like policies, and some of that would come up. And then one of my fellow committee members mentioned like going to religious leaders and maybe having discussions with them about what would be appropriate solutions and accommodations that would be respectful of their religious beliefs, but also being able to still offer good oral care. But I think it's sort of the starting with what other regulators have done is the key thing, because we don't want to go and, do a year-long consultation and then find out that, oh, well, this has already been done before. So it's sort of figuring out what's already known, and then can that be adapted to oral health? And if not, then who should be part of that consultation?
Yeah, so representatives of like affected religious organizations, absolutely. And then I think sort of the flip side of that might be representative of advocacy groups that are focusing on sex and gender identification. So you get probably, those would be the sort of, rather than the usual profession and professional association, those would be additional groups. Okay, and so the last question then, what statement of principles might be contained in such a policy? And I know this is probably quite tricky, and but if you had time to look at the charter, maybe you've already come across some ideas. Terry?
I'm only speaking because I was the one that wrote it down. My group did equally contribute. I'm thinking we came at it more from kind of like a code of ethics, like principles type of list. And so there would be a commitment to equity and non-discrimination. There would be respect for religious beliefs, of course, within limits, as the other groups have discussed based on consultations, professional boundaries and cultural sensitivity, transparency and consistency. So not just based on specific race, transparency and consistency as well, duty to the public, education and accountability, and then duty to accommodate where possible. That was the list we came up.
Okay, anybody else have anything else? Those are all terrific, Terry. Yeah. So I think those are some of the kinds of things that after you did this whole consultation with a lot of legal input, looking at the law, looking at the Human Rights Code, consulting the law from the Human Rights Tribunals, that, a statement of principles that application of religious belief has to be done consistently, and that any exceptions are not made arbitrarily or based on irrelevant considerations like race. Dental hygienists have to apply their belief in a sensitive way that's not intrusive and doesn't invade a patient's privacy. And probably the overall one would be that patients should generally have access to dental hygiene services without discrimination on the basis of sex or gender. So you all did very well. That was a really tricky one. And I know that a lot of regulators are still dealing with that, but it may be that you get more of those questions in the future. But in any event, sorry, we didn't have time for the last one, but maybe in sometime in the future, we can sneak that into another presentation. But thank you so much all for participating. I hope you found that useful and sort of stretching your muscles in terms of the different considerations that you have to think when you're making these kinds of policy decisions. And with that, I will turn it back over to Michelle.
Thank you so much, Julie. That was great. We do really appreciate this valuable information. I think it was really excellent that we were able to be educated on this topic so soon after council members chose it as a topic of interest. So, and I think the scenario approach was a really good way to participate in our own learning. So thank you for that. And the survey that council members did complete will continue to inform future council education sessions. So that's great. Okay, so now we're moving on to agenda item 7.0, which includes our governance process items. So 7.1 is a governance committee update, and I'll provide that update as chair of the governance committee. And it's pretty basic update because we've not met. The governance committee has not met since our last council meeting in June. The committee was waiting for council to provide information to Kevin about, or the committee was waiting for Kevin to provide council information related to the performance framework and the CEO evaluation policy. So council members will remember that we did some work last Friday with Kevin during our workshop. And the committee will be meeting very soon once we have that information in the form of a draft consideration for the framework and the policy back from Kevin. And we will be able to provide recommendations to council at that time. Any questions about that? Okay. Next on our agenda is item 7.2, which is our mentorship report. So as part of our mentorship program, we invite those council members who have finished their mentorships to provide feedback related to their experience with the mentorship program. So Christina has been mentored by Vanessa, and their checklist is available on page 44 of your meeting package. And I'd like to welcome public member Christina Lee Rothstein to provide her feedback about her experience.
Thank you. Somehow my file just got closed. Just let me give my file back up. So I think first of all, I just wanted to say that I really appreciated we'll say the rigor of the mentorship program. I don't know if Vanessa and I used it as much as we should have, but I appreciated knowing that I had a mentor there, and also things like the checklist. It seems kind of maybe it seems arduous and like a lot of paperwork, but it's also nice to just make sure, like coming on board, that I've like covered everything, or at least made sure I've asked the question of, do I know what this is? So definitely appreciated that. And I think just, yeah, I would say that I don't have any changes to it. I think it's just a matter of a bit of flexibility, because everybody comes in with a different level of experience, especially public and versus professional members. A professional member probably needs less information about what CDHO is and what the regulation is, and about the profession versus a public member. So someone like myself, I've already sat on other boards, so some of the governance processes I felt like I didn't need as much mentorship on. So I think that would be my only feedback, sort of back to council, is and hope, don't hold me to the fact that we didn't end up doing one of her last mentoring sessions. It just wasn't needed. But it's like, let's just make sure as this evolves that it is still something that's fluid, and the mentor and the mentee can have adaptability to fit the checklist in where it makes sense. So I'm happy to field any questions about the process, but otherwise I'll turn it back to Michelle.
Thank you, Christina. We definitely value and appreciate any feedback that those people who have been through the program provide to us. So we'll take it into consideration and definitely continue to improve our program. Moving to the next item, which is 7.3, which is the 2026 council meeting dates. So their council members were surveyed on scheduling preferences for the meetings for 2026. The executive committee reviewed the survey, and we're proposing the following dates as listed in the briefing note on page 52 of your meeting package. Just as a point of reference, historically, council has met virtually in January, in June, and in September. And we've met in person with a hybrid approach for March and December. So executive is proposing we keep the same format. And the results of the survey basically indicated that we are all kind of on the same page with that, as far as having half virtual and half in person. So yeah, executive is proposing we keep the same format with January being virtual, March and December being in person with that hybrid ability, and June and September being virtual. So just with respect to the options that are available, there are two options for January, the 9th and the 16th. I'm just wondering if anyone has a preference. I do think the earlier date is probably preferable just because committee compositions have to be determined after that meeting. And in order to support those committees that might need to have meetings right away, I think the January 9th is a preferable date. Unless anybody sees a reason why it should not be the 9th, then it should be the 16th. In March, we came to the conclusion that the 26th and the 27th would be the best dates for an in-person and hybrid meeting. There are two options for June. However, we've determined that the FIFA World Cup will be in Toronto from June 11th to the 13th. So we recognize that accommodations and travel will be a little bit more expensive. If we choose the 11th and 12th, if that would be in person, but our recommendation is to have that a virtual meeting, so it could be the 11th or 12th. We wouldn't have to be looking at accommodations or getting people to Toronto. The 10th and the 11th for September, and then the 3rd and 4th of December for an in-person hybrid meeting. Any thoughts or preferences, I guess, for June and January? I guess those are the 2 months that we're looking at an
I
option.
just clarify the June because the 4th and 5th is listed as in-person hybrid and the 11th, 12th is virtual. But
Yeah,
you mentioned June would only be virtual, so I just wanted to clarify if it should say, are we just
No.
choosing June based on dates or virtual and in person as well?
Yeah, like we're just making that recommendation, but it's up to council. If it's the will of council to have an in-person meeting, then it would have to be the 4th and 5th because of the World Cup on the 11th and 12th.
So, I mean, I'm fine with in person. I think that way it rounds it out to be half and half if we do June in person, but I'll default to the group.
Well, March and December are in person, so then it's half and half.
If June was in person, then it would be half and half, right?
No, then we would
Or
have,
no, oh,
if
because we had
June
5
was in
meetings. Okay.
person, we'd have 3.
Thank you for the math on that.
Yeah, that's okay. Only because I've looked at this for hours, so.
I like seeing you all in person, and I do feel like we get value out of the in-person part of the meetings, but it's I get that FIFA adds a complication to that. So I will defer to the recommendations of those booking accommodations and trying to come into the city.
And would that be Thursday, June 4th? It says Friday here. Or
yeah, it would be Thursday.
Okay.
Okay, well then I will propose January 9th for a virtual meeting. Friday, March 27th for an in-person hybrid meeting. June 12th for a virtual meeting. September 11th for a virtual meeting, and December 4th for an in-person hybrid meeting.
Sorry, Michelle, for December, it says the 4th is the workshop and the 5th is the council meeting. So are you only proposing council meetings and not including workshops?
I'm proposing council meetings right now because I want to
December 5th.
discuss. Sorry?
December 5th, I believe, would be the Friday.
Okay, I have the 4th, but December 5th. Okay. Do you want me to say those again?
Sorry, December 4th, 2026 is a Friday.
Yeah, I think you're looking at the 2025.
Okay, I'm looking at the document, so it's a typo.
Can you repeat those? Please.
January 9th, March 27th, June 5th, sorry, June 12th, September 11th, December 4th.
4th.
Okay. Before we vote, I would like to bring forward a recommendation from executive related to workshops. So the recommendation is that we only have workshops for our in-person events, which will be March and December. The reason for that is that, well, there's several reasons we thought about this, is that sometimes it's challenging to keep people engaged for a full meeting, a full day meeting on Zoom. And we felt that, like Christina was mentioning, that, when we're in person, definitely there seems to be more engagement, and it's challenging just to keep people's attention, I think, for those workshop days. So that is the recommendation from council. I mean, obviously, we do also have our learning and education pieces within our council meetings. And definitely, if something came up, we could certainly schedule a workshop virtually. But we also want it to be valuable for council members and to, recognize the time and the commitment that council members give. And we don't want to have workshops just for the sake of having workshops. So I'm not sure how council feels about that proposal. If there's any discussion that anyone wants to have related to that. Lisa?
Sorry, I just had a quick question. So if you're only going to do them for the in-person, I agree. I feel like we would get more out of it just being in person, but would you still offer, because they're hybrid, right? So
Yeah.
the meeting would be hybrid, so you might not necessarily be there, but would the workshops still be hybrid, or would it be only for the people that are in person?
No, we would do a hybrid workshop. Like
Okay.
if someone was going to not attend in person, but they had the option to, we would still do the workshop hybrid. It wouldn't be just for the people in attendance. So we would have 2 workshops a year, March and December. Christina?
Yeah, I just was wondering. So now we're going down to 2 workshops a year, which it feels like executive feels like that's enough. I would suggest we earmark one of those 2 workshops to be like a strategic planning workshop where we review the strategic plan, get updates on operation reports and that type of thing, and really make that the focus. And I don't know if that, considering that, if it would make it more sense to have 3 per year. But I just would suggest that we keep that. I think that's really important to workshop, and to have an in-person for that. So if we could, and I don't know which date, and I'll defer to Glenn and you to determine which workshop would make the most sense. But I think I want to keep, given the new framework we're moving towards, I think we always have to keep the strategic plan on the agenda as something we deep dive into once a year, would be my recommendation.
Oh, definitely. I agree. And I think that will be part of council meetings and workshops. Yeah, I'm not sure that we can delegate a certain workshop for that, but I do think it will be part of all of our meetings in the coming couple years. So yeah, we won't be forgetting about that, and it will be worked into either the actual council meeting or the workshop, but we're not going to be losing sight of that. Would you agree, Glenn? Do you have anything to add with that?
I think that Christina's point is well taken, and particularly where we are in the strategic plan process. Like if we're just engaging in a strategic plan, there might be a little bit more work for council to do. Or if council is thinking of articulating a new strategic plan for 28, then there'll be more work. But in the midst of it, I think that will probably be okay to be able to report on progress on a active strategic plan in the council meetings itself. But Christina's point is well taken, and I think that we can always reserve an extra day, an extra workshop day for more intensive work if we need to do that.
Yeah, for sure. We can always schedule if it's something comes up that, we need immediate attention to, for sure. It's not like we'll never do them.
No, and I think it's more of just in terms of the cadence that it's always good for, especially like I said, with this different governance model, usually boards will have like, maybe an annual offsite, and that's sort of what is talked about. We don't have that. I just want to make sure that it's kind of in the calendar, first of all, so that we're not asking Glenn about it 5 times a year. It's only once a year that his team is sort of expected to really come back on that. And maybe it is better in council meetings versus a workshop. I just would like to see like it regularly, like have it that this is the time of year that we review. We potentially, sometimes strategic plans need to be adjusted, and just have it in that calendar as like this is the month that we're going to do that.
For sure. Thank you for that. Belbeer?
I just wanted to add, like, if we are cutting 3 learning days in here. So cutting
just 2, Belbeer. We don't have a workshop in January.
Okay. So should we look at the competency of the council and see what because I find that those days we can informally talk about the emerging trends in the profession, and then cater maybe one online for where the council feels that they can be more engaged learning. I'm not sure. I also wanted to talk about the strategic plan where we are now. I think that's also an important piece that Christina just mentioned.
Yeah, definitely the strategic plan will be first and foremost with our discussions because of where, like Glenn said, where we are with it, because we're just, starting. So I don't think that's going to be lost, and it will be part of, council meetings and workshops for sure. Terry, did you want to say something? You had your hand up.
It was already addressed. Thank you.
Okay. Jenny?
Yeah, I was echoing what everyone said. I would find the workshops helpful, the work that we've been doing with Kevin, and maybe, like Christina said, bringing things forward in those meetings, and looking at our agenda today, if there's any items that require our approval that maybe collaboratively we could look at those things in advance of the council meetings. Thanks.
Okay.
Vanessa has her hand.
Oh, Vanessa.
I think one of the things that we talked about at executive for cutting down on the workshops too was so that more of these discussions could happen in the public forum. So even though, yes, we would be cutting potentially some of the education on those workshops, if we bring them to the council meeting where it's a public meeting, those discussions can still take place, but it'll be public. So that was also the thought process.
Yes, thanks, Vanessa. I definitely did not bring that forward. Terry?
Just to echo what a bunch of people have been saying, it doesn't mean that you can't have more. So right now, it would strategically be placing and bookmarking 2 workshops at this time when we're deciding. But if there is one deemed to be needed, for example, for strategic planning, it doesn't mean that can't be scheduled. It would just be scheduled on its own. Because Julie, correct me if I'm wrong, it's the council meetings that have a statutory kind of notice attached to that, not the workshops. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah.
Right. So then the workshops can be like additional ones can be scheduled after this. It's just like on an as needed basis. It's just these ones are kind of the formal. This is absolutely for sure what we're having.
And I
so people
think,
don't- it doesn't mean it can't happen.
and I think to go back to Vanessa's point, that we do have a lot of discussion at workshops, and then we get into our council meeting in the public forum, and we've already discussed everything, so there's not a lot of discussion that happens in that public meeting. So it would be good to have that discussion in the public meeting. So I think, and especially with the virtual combination of workshop meeting, and we used to do them back to back. We've started separating them by a week, but that is a lot to keep everyone's attention, for 2 full days. So that was the thought process behind it. I'm not sure if anybody else had any, and definitely don't worry about the strategic plan because of where we're at in the process. This will be definitely front and center for all of us. Glenn?
It's just a couple of comments. A really useful conversation and discussion, or helping us identify what's important for the group. I think that at certain stages in the strategic planning process, so when a group is just starting to formulate a strategic plan, that may be something that they do in isolation, because what we really want to be able to communicate to the public and all of the system partners is that this is the plan. We're also interested in their input, and we have ways of getting their input as we formulate a strategic plan. So it may not be necessary for us when we're formulating a plan, but certainly the notion of communicating progress on a strategic plan, I think, is something that needs to happen in public forum, so that it adheres to our principles of transparency and accountability, and our mandate of public protection. So we're communicating out to the public, and fostering confidence in the work that the CDHO does. So it's just I guess a comment that things like progress on the plan, or delivering a new plan, definitely need to be in the public forum.
Christina?
I actually agree with that. So I think, let me reshape my thought. Can we earmark one of the meetings we have, and it can be at the council meeting, to be our strategic plan meeting, and to make sure that we do a deep dive as council on listening to progress, and also evaluating if strategic plans to work need to be not rigid, right? If they need adjustments, if there's something that has come in the way, if we need to change the strategic thinking that went into it. I just want to make sure that that's on our calendar as a designated earmarked meeting. So we have a meeting that's earmarked as like, this is the one where we do budgeting and audit. Let's have one that's strategic planning.
Glenn?
Great suggestion. I think that you moved. I think that what you'll find, because we're new in using a strategic plan to guide our efforts, I think what you'll find is that there will be space, a fair amount of space, reserved in every meeting for reports on the strategic plan progress. So, looking at progress, suggestions for modifications at that point. So because we're new in this process, Christina, I wonder if you think it would be worthwhile if we just kind of see how we progress over the next few months and next few meetings, to see how the accountability and reporting conversation regarding the strategic plan goes within the context of the meeting structure, as opposed to reserving a whole meeting for reporting on that. My concern with that is then any reporting that may be appropriate to, for other times, may not happen, because we're dedicating one particular day for reporting on the strategic plan. That's all.
Yeah. And I think maybe it doesn't have to be happening here on this agenda item. I just want to, as part of the implementation of the strategic plan, think about what the reporting cadence is going to be, and make sure it stays on the radar. And I would say I disagree with hearing about it like every time we meet. Maybe it's a quarterly or semi-annual report on operations report, but I don't know what the right solution is. I just don't want to lose sight of that. We really need to be mindful when we're scheduling meetings that we have a deep dive on the strategic plan once a year.
Okay, thanks, Christina. I think since we're in the early stages of the strategic plan, we're gonna be working through it and seeing how it goes. And if we recognize that, we need an extra workshop or meeting, I think we'll know more. I mean, Kevin will be with us in December, so I think we'll have a better idea where we're at and where we're going from there. All right, so to regroup then, the meetings that are being proposed that we will be voting on will be January 9th for a council meeting, March 27th for the council meeting, June 5th for the council meeting, September 11th for the council meeting, December 4th for the council meeting. March and December will be in person and hybrid. June and September will be virtual. Workshops will be March 26th and December 3rd.
Just a quick question. I just want to make sure that it is June 5th and that it wasn't June 12th. I had written down June 12th because I thought the other weekend was the potentially something going on in the city. Am I wrong?
FIFA is going on that weekend, but we're going to have the meeting virtually.
So it is going to be June 5th. Okay, thank you.
Nella?
Hi, I have a question. You said the workshop is March 26th and then the council meeting March 27th, correct?
Yes.
Is it possible to have them a week apart? I know because of the in-person or a couple of days apart, just scheduling becomes a little bit difficult.
I think with bringing people in from other parts of the province, financially, it makes more sense to,
Right.
if we're going to do it in person, then it makes more sense to have everyone there for 2 days in a row.
Okay.
Yeah,
I understand.
Yeah. Okay, so let's revisit June. It's a virtual meeting, so it can be the 5th or the 12th. Is there a preference? All right, so let's do this again. January 9th for a council meeting, March 27th for an in-person council meeting, June 12th for a virtual council meeting, September 11th for a virtual council meeting, and December 4th for an in-person meeting. Workshops will be March 26th and December 3rd. Can I have someone move? The motion is that council approves the proposed 2026 meeting dates as I just listed them. Can I have a mover? Albir, a seconder? Vanessa, all in favor? Carried. Okay. So next we have a number of items that Eric Bruce is here to talk to us about. Eric, I'm sorry we took some of your time. I'm not sure that you're going to be able to get through everything. Do you have a preference for we can move something to this afternoon after our risk register presentation?
I'm certainly in council's hands. I'm also happy to speak really quickly and try and get through as much as possible if that would work as well. Some of them are merely for information, so I would just be subject to your questions. We may be able to get through a fair deal, and maybe if you had 5 minutes overtime in terms of lunch, we might be able to get through everything.
All right, well, let's play it by ear and see how it goes. So we'll start with item 7.4, which is a status update on the amendments to the examination and registration regulation. So there's a briefing note on page 54 of your meeting package, and all registrants received an email about the revisions on September 17th.
So this is really just to inform council that we're pleased to report that the proposed amendments to the registration and examination regulations were passed on August 29th by the Government of Ontario, the Ministry of Health, and they fell into primarily 4 buckets. So the first bucket was we revoked the examination regulation, which the intent was to remove the 4th attempt at the national entry to practice exams, now bringing us back in line with the rest of the country that only offers 3 attempts. Second bucket was the renaming of the inactive class to the non-practicing class. This is purely cosmetic, no impact at all to the actual working of the certificate itself. The third is replacing specific references to named organizations in the regulation with generic references, and this will tie into the next item on the agenda, because now that those specific references have been removed, Council and the Registration Committee will need to specify them elsewhere by a motion. And then lastly, there were some various housekeeping amendments and various reporting requirements that were updated. I will say that staff has already implemented the majority of these changes. The only one that is somewhat being delayed a little bit is the changes to the public register and our internal database. We're delaying those until early next year so as not to interfere with our annual registration period. Happy to take any questions if there are any.
Barry.
Hi, Eric. Thanks for that summary. I just had a question. It's on page 55 in our package where it's talking about the next steps. I noticed that it has that the registration committee is going to be asked at an upcoming meeting to officially name the entry to practice exam. But I noticed that we're deciding as a council on the approval of accrediting bodies. I'm just wondering why
Correct.
the entry to practice exam would not be a council decision as it has been in the past.
So it hasn't actually been that way in the past. The wording of the regulation is and continues to be that the national exams or the exams are approved by the registration committee. So that's found in section 31 sub 1 paragraph 2, I believe, of the regulation. And that is something that hasn't changed as a result of the amendments. All that's changed is the specific reference to what was the NDHCB, the National Dental Hygiene Certification Board, has been removed. Also because it no longer exists. That's now a function that's performed by the Federation.
Thank you. Maybe I was under the assumption when we had discussed previously having a clinical, that would be the entry requirements, not the naming of.
So you cut out a little bit there, but if there was something that required a further follow-up, I'm happy to.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Just before you go on, so Terry, there's something up with the audio from your computer because we can barely hear anything that you're saying.
Okay, I'll try to fix it. Thank you.
Okay.
It just keeps cutting in and out, Terry, so you might need to speak closer. I'm not sure, or it might be your internet. Any other questions for Eric regarding this item? Okay, thanks, Eric. We're moving on to 7.5, which is for approval. So there's a briefing note that starts on page 56 of your meeting package for this, and this is the registration regulation amendment approval of accrediting bodies.
So I'll be very brief again. This is following up on our these amendments that were just discussed. As mentioned, the name of the accrediting bodies have been removed from the regulation. That was done to provide greater flexibility to council in case of future changes. So for example, if the CDAC changed its name, if a body amalgamated with another body and things of that nature. So because it's no longer specifically mentioned in the regulation, it's now up to council to approve that. The recommendation is to approve the Commission on Dental Accreditation of Canada, the CDAC, and the American Dental Association Commission on Dental Accreditation, the ADA-CDA, as the approved accrediting body for the purposes of the registration regulation. These were the bodies that were specifically named. No changes proposed.
Okay. Thank you, Eric. Any questions about this before council votes? Okay, so the motion is that council hereby moves that the Commission on Dental Accreditation of Canada and the American Dental Association Commission on Dental Accreditation are approved as accrediting bodies for the purpose of subparagraph 1I of subsection 31(1) of Ontario Regulation 21894. Can I have a mover? Tiffany, seconder Vanessa, all in favor? Okay, carried. And the next item is 7.6, which is the changes to labor mobility exemptions for Nunavut and the Yukon. There's a briefing note on page 58 of your meeting package.
And again, this is just provided for council's information. Under the low labor mobility legislation, there's the ability for provincial governments to register exceptions to particular provinces or particular groups or categories of professions. For years, there had been an exception related to dental hygienists who were looking to transfer their certificate of registration from the Yukon or Nunavut. CDHO was advised by the government of Ontario that they have removed those exceptions. And so now dental hygienists from the Yukon and Nunavut can apply through the labor mobility provisions to CDHO here in Ontario. Staff anticipate that this is going to have basically no change whatsoever, simply because we're familiar with only one case of someone coming from the Yukon to Ontario through the labor mobility provisions, and the Yukon has actually changed some of its registration requirements to bring it more into line with the country as a whole. So again, no particular impacts expected, but happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Eric on this item? Okay, great. Thanks, Eric. Our next item is the registration process. What are you thinking, Eric? Do you think you can?
I can zip through it really quickly if you'd like, or I'm happy to. I'm in council's hands. I also recognize that maybe your stomachs are rumbling and maybe you'd like lunch, so I'm happy to do whatever works for council.
Okay, well, why don't we not bring you back, and you're here with us now, so we'll have you proceed.
Sounds good. So because technology always works when you need it to, I'm going to try and share my screen for our presentation. Just bear with me one moment here. Set this up. And if you could let me know if you can see a title slide. I see some thumbs up. Now I can no longer see any of your lovely faces, so if there are questions, please just unmute and ask away. So in the next 7 to maybe 10 minutes, I'm going to zip through very quickly the registration process overview. I was asked to give a brief overview of the process for the benefit of council. For those of you who have served or currently serve on the registration committee, this will be a certain degree of review, but it may be new to some of you. So let's see if it's going to let me switch slides. There we go. So as with most of, almost everything we do here at CDHO, public protection is really the raison d'etre. And the registration process serves that function by being a gatekeeper. The registration process is it sets entry to practice requirements for new dental hygienists and ensures that they are based on necessary clinical and professional competencies. And it serves that gatekeeping function by ensuring that only those applicants who meet those entry to practice requirements are granted registration. Now, I wouldn't be a lawyer if I didn't give you a little bit of legislative context. So there are two primary places that we find information about the registration process. Those are the Health Professions Procedural Code, which deals with the powers of the registrar and the registration committee, which is common to all health professions. And then specifically to dental hygiene, we have the registration regulation, which we just talked about earlier, which sets out the specific requirements and conditions to become a dental hygienist here in Ontario. Now, equally important with the legislative context, in my view, is the personal context. And so this is the registration team at CDHO. Now, you probably have run into some of them over your time here, but we're made up of a manager, Keisha, 3 coordinators, Esther, Sarah, and Tamira, and myself, the director. And I just want to point out that really it's our coordinators and managers who really tackle the majority of the work in this department. They are very hardworking individuals. I really want to give them a shout out because I know that they don't get to be seen here at council, but the work that they do is incredibly important and serves as the backbone for the registration process. But so what exactly is it that they do? Well, the registration team primarily processes applications. So if you're an applicant looking to become a dental hygienist in Ontario, you're going to be dealing with the registration team and they're going to process your application. They respond to applicant and registrant inquiries. The vast majority go through our coordinators to start. It's only if there's something that they can't answer that it would go to Keisha, the manager, and very few would then get on to me or the registrar. They process our annual renewals, both for health professional corporations and individual registration. They conduct audits and reviews to ensure that we're doing things in a timely and appropriate fashion. And falling mainly on Keisha and the IT team is reporting. There's an incredible amount of reporting that the registration team has to do. We've got CPMF, which comes to council, but there's also the Ministry of Health requires quarterly reports, Ontario, the Office of the Fairness Commissioner, CIHI, HPDB, et cetera, et cetera. It's a large amount of reporting that gets done. So let's say you are an applicant and you would like to become a dental hygienist. We generally have 4 pathways to registration here in Ontario. For initial applicants, there are those who graduate from an accredited program in Canada or the US. That's stream 1. Our second stream is for non-accredited graduates. So these are individuals who are educated outside of Canada or the US. We have a separate stream for former registrants who are returning to practice after having left, whether due to revocation or resigning. And then, as mentioned previously, we also have labor mobility provisions. So these are individuals who are registered in another Canadian jurisdiction, now including the Yukon and Nunavut, who can come and become registered through those provisions. We also have 4 different classes of registration here at CDHO. The vast majority sit in our general registrant pool, but we also have the newly named non-practicing category. So for individuals who may be taking a family leave, a medical leave, returning to school, or they're working in a non-practicing capacity. We have a specialty class, which is for individuals who have additional training in restorative dental hygiene. And then last, we have the emergency class, which is statutorily mandated for all health professions. And it's highly unlikely that this class will ever be used, although it could be. So again, let's pretend you're an applicant, you're coming in. What do you need to do to become registered? Well, again, we categorize the requirements into these broad kind of buckets. First off is education. Obviously, if you want to become a dental hygienist, you need to have completed a dental hygiene educational program. You have to complete specific examinations, which we've also mentioned earlier today. In our case, it's the NDHCE. There's so many acronyms. So it's the National Dental Hygiene Certification Examination, and also the CPEDH, the Canadian Performance Exam in Dental Hygiene for individuals who graduated from a non-accredited program. We also have a jurisprudence exam offered by the CDHO itself. We have something generally of good conduct. You have to be an applicant where there isn't a reasonable ground to believe that you won't be able to practice dental hygiene honestly, with integrity and in accordance with the law. So this is why we ask applicants for things like to provide a police record check. We ask about whether they have any prior convictions or charges or findings of professional misconduct or medical malpractice, for example. There's a currency requirement. This deals with you have to have graduated within the past 3 years, or you must have practiced as a dental hygienist within the past 3 years to ensure that your skills are still up to date and you're not too rusty. And then there's a slew of administrative requirements. So you have to fill out our form, you have to pay our fees, et cetera, et cetera. There are more, and there are more details than that, but this is obviously just a high-level overview. There are also some conditions that you have to abide by. So all practicing dental hygienists need to maintain professional liability insurance in keeping with our bylaws. If you're non-practicing, that's an exemption for you. You have to have the appropriate work authorization, either because you're a citizen, a permanent resident, or you hold an appropriate work permit. And there's a reporting requirement. So individuals who are registered with us as a condition of their registration have to report certain things, such as if they've been charged with certain offenses, if they've been found guilty of professional misconduct at other regulators, and so on and so forth. Again, very high-level overview. What's the application process look like? Well, if a simple flow chart would be the application is received and it's reviewed by staff. And that's, again, why the work of the coordinators here is so important, because they're really the first people to take a look at the application. If there are no issues, it's staff that approve and grant registration to new applicants. If there are potential concerns, that leads to a review by the registrar, so Glenn will get his eyes on it. And then the registrar then decides whether he can approve or whether he needs to refer to the registration committee. Now, the registration committee is made up of folks here on council as well as non-council committee members. So what does the registration committee itself do? Well, as I mentioned in the previous slide, they decide on applications that have been referred to it by the registrar. So they may assess educational credentials, they may look at an applicant's suitability to practice, and this is both applications for initial registration, but also potentially other applications, such as to change their class and to go from general to specialty, for example, if there are concerns about it. They also, as mentioned earlier, approve certain courses and assessments for registration purposes under our registration regulation. So these include refresher courses and competency evaluations, our jurisprudence exam and course, as well as the entry to practice examinations. So when does the registrar refer an application to the registration committee? Well, if he has reasonable doubts about whether the applicant has met the requirements, whether he wants to impose terms, conditions, or limitations on the applicant, or if he proposes to refuse the application. And then once it gets there, what can the registration committee do? Well, it has 5 options before it. It can direct the registrar to issue a certificate. It can direct him to issue a certificate if the applicant successfully completes additional examinations or additional training. It can direct him to impose terms, conditions, or limitations on that certificate of registration, as well as limit the ability of the applicant to vary those terms and conditions, or it can direct him to refuse to issue a certificate. And that is everything in a nutshell. So very, very brief overview, but hopefully that was enlightening to some. And I will stop there and I'll let you ask any questions if there may be. And obviously those who serve on the registration committee gets a much more in-depth explanation and overview.
It looks like Glenn has a question for you,
I
Eric.
do have a question. No, I did. More a comment, and I did just want to take this opportunity to thank you and the team, the registration team, for all of the hard work that they do. And it's been a particularly arduous year because we've been migrating our database over as well. So there's been a ton of effort expended by the members of the team in making sure that database migration has occurred without too much pain, and that we're ready to go for the renewal period beginning in October. We handle a lot of paper and a lot of not a lot of paper, but a lot of applications. And we certainly are one of the larger colleges in terms of number of registrants. So thank you to you, Eric, and all of the members of your team.
Thank you. More thanks to the team for sure, because they are the folks dealing with most of it. I just get to look pretty and present to council sometimes. So
Glenn, you stole my line, but yes, thanks to you, Eric, for all of that great information. Thank you for adhering to our timeline so we don't cut into people's lunchtime too much. But I also want to extend a thanks to Keisha and the team, the registration team, for all of their good work. So thank you for that. So we are 4 minutes over our time, but I think that's okay because we had a lot of good information there. So we're going to break for lunch. We'll be back at 1. So if you could just join a couple minutes before 1 just to make sure everyone's technology is working. And we'll see you then. Enjoy your lunch. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We have a really busy afternoon planned, so we will get started. Our first item for this afternoon is a continuation of 7.0 governance process items. And it's item 7.7, which is the risk register overview. So there's a briefing note on page 62 of your meeting package, and an overview of the actual register has also been provided in the meeting package and starts on page 63. And there's a sample that starts on page 73. Council will remember that Veronica sent out an email on September 26th, September 24th, that contained an Excel file, and you can also see a PDF version in Board Effect. It was just we weren't able to put it in the meeting package. So we know that this has been under development for a while now, and we're all very excited to see this risk register. So as a point of reference, creating a risk register was a recommendation from the 2024 Harry Caton and Deanna Williams report. So here to present it to us is Doha Malhem. She is the Vice President of Consulting and the Chief Evaluator at Pivotal Research. She has over 20 years' experience in workforce development, policy reform, and evidence-based regulation. So since 2021, she has partnered CDHO to amplify the patient voice, strengthen registrant experience, and build tools like the college's risk register that drive innovation and data-led change. She holds a Master of Public Policy from Johns Hopkins University. Welcome back, Doha.
Thank you, Michelle. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you, Council. Let me know if you can also see the slides. Okay, perfect. Today, I'll be walking you through CDHO's risk register, how it was built, what our first quarter results look like in the dashboard. The purpose is to strengthen Council's oversight role by giving a structured, data-driven view of organizational and regulatory risks. In 2023, as Michelle has noted, CDHO introduced a risk management plan. It was an important first step, but it was largely descriptive. Over the past 2 years, we've evolved that into a structured, measurable framework with clear metrics and risk thresholds. This allows risks to be monitored systematically, prioritized based on likelihood and impact, and visualized for Council. Okay. We developed this through consultation with CDHO leadership and management, Council, review of bylaws and reporting obligations, and integration of existing data sources, including voice of the patient, registration experience, complaints, and engagement surveys. Risks are scored on likelihood against impact, which gives us a risk priority level. And importantly, this is not a one-time report. It's built around quarterly monitoring cycles with dashboards to make results accessible. Okay. So here, as you can see, the register captures both enterprise and regulatory risks across 6 domains. We have here financial and procurement, information and asset management, organizational culture, regulatory compliance, reputation and public confidence, and governance effectiveness. Rather than walk through these in text, let's go straight into the dashboard, which gives us a clear snapshot of performance in each domain. So I'm just going to do that right now. Just a little bit of time here, and let me know if you are able to see this. Are you able to see the dashboard? No. Okay, give me a second here. I'm going to stop share and then share. Okay, are you able to see this? Are you able to see the dashboard?
We're seeing your presentation. Is
Yeah,
that?
Yeah, that's the dashboard. Okay,
Oh,
perfect.
okay, okay.
Okay, so here's the Q1 dashboard results. They are Q1 of FY 2025, collected between April 2025 and June 2025. Each domain is shown on the gauges, and the key point here is all 6 domains are in the low risk range. Scores run from 2.0 to 3.5 on a 25-point scale, with governance at the higher end, but still low. Let's go into the dashboard to look at the various elements. Okay. Here, we're looking at the financial and procurement management risk domain. We have strong results here, reserve funds, audits, compliance, and no unpaid invoices. All targets were met. Next, we go on to the information and asset management. No breaches, strong system uptime, compliance with IT standards. This domain is performing very, very well. On to organizational culture and workplace health and safety. Most targets were met. Onboarding, training, incident reporting. One area we see here, organizational values articulation, is still in progress, but overall risk remains low. And as you can see here, I wanted to explain below, there is sort of the risk rating and the color coding. So as you see here, it's all in the green. On to regulatory compliance and operations. Compliance metrics like reporting timelines and legislative obligations were met. BICE training coverage is still being completed, but overall performance is strong. On to domain 5, related to reputation and public confidence. Registration experience and QA participation are positive. Confidence in the mandate of the college and awareness of the college scored slightly below target, but again, well within the low risk. And finally, domain 6, governance effectiveness. Most governance measures are strong: quorum, conflict of interest, mandate alignment. The main factor elevating the score slightly here is council composition risk due to vacancies, still within the low risk range. So overall, this Q1 baseline shows CDHO is in a healthy position across all domains with every area in the low risk range. The value here is less about the snapshot, but really about building the monitoring system and giving council and CDHO visibility into trends over time. So as next steps, just wanted to note here, and I will stop sharing. CDHO is moving into continued risk-based monitoring through quarterly and annual monitoring data collection. And also looking into considerations for adding a few more risk measures that are currently under development to really deepen risk coverage and monitoring for the organization. And this concludes my remarks.
Okay, thank you, Doa. Are there any questions for Doa related to this presentation? Glenn.
I don't have a question, but I have a couple of comments to sort of piggyback on what Doha has presented. There are a couple of areas that we're particularly interested in that, as Doha mentioned, we're going to be fleshing out. One of those is an area that was highlighted in the Caton Williams report when they talk about rather than just paying attention to what they call enterprise risk management. So that's like the operational risks, but also paying attention to and articulating, identifying, measuring risk to patients as they are accessing dental hygiene care. So of course, that's multifaceted, and we're, certainly looking at a multi-pronged approach to trying to quantify the risks that individuals who are accessing dental hygiene care actually are faced with. So the way that we're doing that is with the help, again, of Pivotal in our Voice of the Patient survey. So the Voice of the Patient survey that we've actually just finalized, the current survey that's going to be going out soon, we've actually included a section on there asking patients to describe for us what they feel are the risks to them, to their well-being, health and safety when they access dental hygiene care. So that's one source of information. The other source of information we can use in Ontario, HPRO has a group of patients called the Citizens Advisory Group, and we could go to that group and ask them about what their perceived risks are in relation to receiving or accessing dental hygiene care. And then we can also look at some of our internal data. We can look at our complaints data that come through us, and that will help identify some of those areas as well. So I think that we want to flesh out that area a little bit more. And we can, incorporate that into its own dashboard, if you will. The other piece that I'm particularly sensitive to, even though it's covered in this dashboard, is that we really want to be very mindful about our IT risks pieces. So I do want to expand the reporting on that, so we can, provide council with information regarding things like penetration reports when we are test reports, when we actually try and get into we have hire people to try and get into our database and whatnot, and we get reports back on the success or failure of that. So I think it's important for us to have that and pay attention to that as a separate area. So those are two things that we're working on from the operations side.
Thank you, Glenn. So to clarify, what we're looking at and what DOHA has presented to us is the enterprise risk register that doesn't capture that risk to the public when they access dental hygiene care, but that's something that we'll be looking at in the future.
Yeah, I think that this dashboard isn't strictly enterprise, but it certainly embodies all of the enterprise risks, but it also incorporates some of the other, like, extra enterprise risks as well. But I think that it will behooves us to really dive down into those areas that I just talked about a little bit more deeply.
Perfect. Terry?
I noticed it was quite quick going through, but I noticed some of the metrics and measures were around council and council feedback. I believe some of them were from council surveys at the ends of meetings, and some might be from the CPMF. I'm just wondering, does council inform those metrics, or what, is kind of the threshold, or is that operations has defined that? I believe we had a workshop on it previously that we had been discussing this, and I missed a portion, so forgive me if that's where that happened. But I'm just wondering, because we're looking at a council performance evaluation with the strategic plan, and so just some of those metrics might change. So just what that looks like.
Was that a
Glenn,
question?
this question for you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, council's part of the organization, so I think it's sort of incorporated into the overall risk profile for the organization. And yes, we do look at the surveys, and we report a lot of data through the CPMF that we extract and put into this as well. And certainly on an ongoing basis, like this is our current final version of the dashboard, but will be a live document, and we'll be constantly looking for feedback from council as to its utility and whether or not they feel like they want to have a greater role in determining what the metrics are.
I also wanted to add that some of the elements of our work with CDHO was looking at what currently do you collect that we can right now kind of track or monitor, and what are some plans to kind of, strengthen a certain metric, collect it in a different way, like in a survey format, or not just sort of administrative reporting or through CPMF. So kind of looking into that and what's that sort of line of sight in the near future for strengthening those. And these are some things that we work together on. And we were like, we need to report on risk for now, but like Glenn said, it's sort of still an ongoing body of work.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for either Glenn or Doha with respect to the risk register?
Oh, I have a question, Doha. We're going to link this on the website. Is that right? Or what was the intention?
When you agree to it, I know that CDHO has been really kind of at the forefront of pushing the boundaries on transparency and accountability and regulation, and the work that we do, and with other third-party evaluators and researchers, kind of like making that research out in the public. So Glenn and to council, this is really a consideration. We can definitely tweak and update and provide a preamble to support your considerations for putting this out in the public.
So, Michelle, if I could make this suggestion, what we can do is we can provide the link to the dashboard to members of council, and they can spend some time with it over the next little while before the next meeting. And then when we come to the December meeting, we can make a decision about whether we want to publish this on the website. I think the risk is low in publishing it because it's summary data. It's not individual data that we're providing to people. But do you think that will be useful, Michelle, for council in helping them come to a decision about whether we want to post this on the website or not? I think, it certainly supports transparency and accountability.
Mm-hmm. So just to be clear, we're not approving it then today, or no? Okay. So is that the will of council to have the link and to spend some time going through it at our own leisure? Okay. And then
So what we can do when we come back in December is we can take comments, or I can take comments in the interim as well, if people have suggestions for modifications. And then in December, we can approve and make the decision about whether we want to post it on the website.
Okay, sounds good. Right. Well, thank you again, Doha. This looks like a lot of work, a lot of good work, and we look forward to spending some more time exploring it, I guess. So
yeah, most welcome, Michelle. And I wanted to add that, as we're looking into December, the dashboard would be updated with, second quarter data. So it'll be even more robust for your review.
Right.
Perfect. Thank you again.
Thank you. And thanks to Glenn. Bye.
Yes, thanks, Glenn, for your work with the risk register. We know you've been working on it for a while now, so.
Well, and thanks to all of the staff that are involved in this, because this was really a big chunk of work. Because as I've mentioned before, and I think Doha has recorded in her preamble, that this involved going through a ton of policy pieces, the policy manual, the CPMFs, all of the reporting pieces that we have to the government, that sort of thing, and sort of trying to pull out the things that we felt would help inform a sort of a risk picture for the organization. It's a lot of work by a lot of people.
Yeah, there's a lot of information in that dashboard. Okay, so we're going to turn our attention now to our strategic plan and specifically the implementation of our strategic plan. So There's a briefing note on page 85 of your meeting package, and Glenn and I will be speaking to this. Glenn will be presenting the first three strategic initiatives, and then I will spend some time talking about strategic priority number 4. So I'll just turn it over to you, Glenn, to go through your.
Thank you. And I wonder, Veronica, do you think we can post or share the package? Sorry. There we go. Great. And can you please, Veronica, scroll down to the graphic of the strategic plan? Thanks. And I'm not seeing the whole thing. Here we go. All right. So is Christina here?
She's not. She had to step away. She'll be back though.
That's too bad because you know, this is one of the conversations that she was talking about us having today. So the purpose of me asking to have this included in the agenda for today was to bring to council the draft framework of the strategic plan and how we hope to accomplish the initiatives that council has articulated in that strategic plan. So I'm going to introduce these elements because they're in draft form, but I'm also going to give council some more homework in the sense that I'll introduce the different pillars of the plan and associated broad initiatives, and then ask council to take those away. And when we come back in December, we're going to dedicate the workshop day, in the December workshop day, to drill down into these and seek some final approval on the accomplishments that or the initiatives that we're suggesting to achieve these different areas. So Veronica, if we could go down to the slide that has the ecosystem partners in it. And if you've read this in your package, and I appreciate it was a fairly dense package, so you may not have had time to read all of the information in the package. But one of the things, the first pillar in the strategic plan is an intent to more fully engage with CDHO, with the public and system partners. And one of the things that we recognized at the outset was that we really need to spend some time defining what the CDHO ecosystem looks like. And if you can go down one slide, Veronica, to the table. And the definition of the ecosystem is really about who does the CDHO interact with in whatever way as it carries out its functions in the regulation of the profession of dental hygiene. And so I've kind of broken it into 5 groups, the ecosystem. Those that RDHs serve, which are, of course, Ontarians who are accessing oral health care. Those who serve RDHs, so the associations, local societies, and then the insurance companies will serve RDHs as well. Those who we the CDHO serve, so we serve the general public. We serve applicants, prospective RDHs. We serve members of the profession, and we serve educators as well. And then there are within the ecosystem also organizations or groups that are similarly interested in the profession of dental hygiene. So the other oral health profession regulators have an interest in the profession of dental hygiene and also an interest in the CDHO. And then broadly, the health profession regulators, educational institutions that are offering dental hygiene programs, accreditation bodies like CDAC, the associations, national or local, and then employers also have interest in the profession of dental hygiene. And so they're part of our ecosystem. And then if we sort of harken back to the policy governance terminology, and we talk about some of the owners of the organization, some of those are government, and here we're talking about those with authority. So there are federal government ministries and agencies that have some authority over the practice of dental hygiene, and then within our own jurisdiction in Ontario, there's health and education have oversight of some of our, if not all of our programming. And then public health agencies have an interest in dental hygiene, the practice of dental hygiene, both federally, PHAC, and then provincially, the PHO. And then the Fairness Commissioner as well has authority over us and asks us to report to them about fairness of our registration practices. And then finally, insurers. So those are, the ecosystem partners that staff have been able to identify and articulate. And I just want to leave this with you now. So what I'll ask after the meeting, I'll ask Veronica to do is to send out these documents in PDF format to give you time to think about them. And then we'll come back at the December workshop and finalize these areas. But we're really interested in the feedback of council on all of these pieces. So the first will be the definition of the ecosystem. Who are the ecosystem partners? So that will be really useful for us because it actually will frame a lot of the work that we do in terms of establishing relationship, communications, engagement, and it will point to the areas and the organizations that we need to pay attention to. Next slide, please, Veronica. Like the beginning. And can we shrink that down a little bit? So the ecosystem will be particularly useful when we're considering the first pillar of the strategic plan, which is to enhance collaboration with the public, the profession, and system partners. That's really about how do we establish a relationship and how do we communicate with our system partners. And so at the December council meeting, Ryan Pastana, who is our Director of Communications and Stakeholder Engagement, will be providing a report to you on the public awareness campaign that just concluded for the college, and will also be providing you with plans around the same engagement public engagement strategy for 26. So that will be presented to you at the December meeting. So I won't go into detail around that today, other than to say it will be similar to what we've done in the past. And certainly one of the fundamental pieces of our public awareness and public engagement strategy is the completion of the Voice of the Patient survey. So we'll be looking forward to getting the results on that as well. And we can report those back to you, I think, in December too. So that's the first pillar of the strategic plan that we're looking at accomplishing over the next couple of years, enhancing collaboration with public, the profession, and system partners. And we'll be considering these elements that I've articulated in this draft piece. We'll be considering that at the workshop in December as well. So let's go on to the second pillar, if we can. So the second pillar that council has articulated was supporting professionalism, quality care, and continuous learning. And you'll know that we've been quite busy, certainly the QA department and the QA committee and council has been quite busy looking at elements of the quality assurance program. And of course, we talk a lot about the success of the Peer Circle program and how we're now modifying our assessment of risk and our risk-related tools to be incorporated into the Peer Circle platform as well. So those are some of the highlights for the work that we've done up to this point, but we know that there are other opportunities for us, and I've articulated some of these in this draft document where we talk about things like we have an opportunity to go through and look at all of our standards of practice and look at our handbook, our registrant handbook, and bring them up to date. Also in terms of content and also in terms of the language that we use to present this information, and ensure that we're presenting this information in an accessible format. We're anticipating that we'll engage in continued strengthening of the quality assurance program. And then one of the pieces that we want to spend some time on as well is reviewing and revising the current self-assessment tools to ensure that it's sort of aligned with our current best practices and knowledge around how we can support credible self-assessment of our registrants. So I have the draft elements of the second pillar in this document, and I'll provide that with you as well. And we'll come back in December and get your feedback, and then hopefully finalize these initiatives as well. And then we can go on to number 3, please. There we go. And this is rather lengthy. I know that Paula Benbow and Keisha Simpson have been working hard at developing, excuse me, this draft plan for equity and inclusion that will allow us to attend to the third pillar of the strategic plan, which is to advance commitment to equity and inclusion. And so they will be presenting at the December council meeting as well to flesh out some of the elements that are articulated in this particular draft document. And so again, as with the other 2 pieces that I've talked about, we'll be coming back in December, asking for feedback on these elements that we've included in the draft. And we'll be finalizing these elements at the December meeting and the December workshop. And number 4, I think we can go down to number 4, Veronica. Great. And which is the modernized governance practices. So that was the 4th pillar of the strategic plan. And I think I'll turn it over to Michelle. Did you want to make some comments about the road ahead for this particular piece of the strategic plan?
Sure. Thanks, Glenn. So as council remembers, last Friday, September 19th, we spent a few hours with Kevin and looking at Initiative 4 and really doing the work, I guess, to get some ideas together with respect to those 2 key initiatives of the council evaluation framework and the CEO registrar evaluation policy. So we are looking forward to Kevin coming back with some draft considerations. And like Glenn said, we'll be looking at those in December. And council will remember that Kevin had some timelines for us. So bringing those draft considerations for the framework and the policy in December, and then the target date for approval would be March to have a final review and approval of those 2 items. So we've included Kevin's proposal for the strategic plan implementation for all of the help that he's going to be providing for us. And that's on page 100 of your meeting package. And just, I guess, next steps, we are going to meet again in December and really get things off the ground with respect to our strategic plan. So that's exciting, and we look forward to moving this forward. Any questions for Glenn?
Not a question, just a comment, a follow-up. Sorry. I think as well, Michelle, we discussed that at the workshop in December, we're going to talk about some of the other pieces under the governance modernization framework, in addition to the council performance assessment piece and the registrar performance assessment piece, and sort of identify some of that other work that is would be part of the governance modernization process.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions related to our strategic plan and where we're going with it? Okay. So definitely this is going to be at the forefront of most of our discussions and meetings and workshops. It's certainly not going to be left along the side. We're in it, and we'll be doing good work with it for the coming months, years. Until 2027. Yeah. Okay. We will move now to item 8.0, which is monitoring of council performance. So there were two items that we needed to monitor with respect to council registrar's delegations. So CRD 4, which is Registrar CEO performance. So the Registrar's performance review was completed in June of 2025 with council, and the Registrar was deemed to be in compliance with all of the monitoring for the previous year. So this monitoring was completed through a combination of internal and external reporting. And the registrar was timely in all his monitoring reports and were completed as outlined in the schedule. So thank you to all council members who completed their responsibilities of monitoring and contributed to the annual evaluation after the presentation of the executive summary at that June meeting during our in-camera portion. So we would like to confirm the results have been discussed with the registrar. And Glenn, we'd like to congratulate you again and your team on your team under your guidance and everything that was achieved over this last year. So we're looking forward to what 2025 continues to bring, and council reports compliance with this policy. Moving to 8.2, which is CRD 5, Registrar CEO compensation. So a formal review of the registrar's compensation was completed in 2024. This information, along with his performance evaluation, was reviewed by council in June of 2025. And I confirm as president and chair that we conveyed council's decision about registrar compensation to Dr. Pettifer on June 20th, 2025. Council congratulates you, Glenn, on your excellent performance for the year, and council reports compliance with this policy. Moving to 9.0, which is council registrar delegation items for consideration. So we have policy content review for CRD 4, monitoring registrar CEO performance. A briefing note can be found for both CRD 4 and 5, starting on page 112 of the meeting package. Changes include language in alignment with the CDHO bylaws and reflect best practices. So you'll notice that CRD 4 starts on page 113 of your meeting package, and CRD 5 can be found starting on page 115 of the meeting package. So you'll notice that there's not a lot of changes that are being proposed. CRD 4, we're updating the annual schedule and we're changing board to council and removing gendered language. And for CRD 5, we're changing president to chair. Is there any other changes with respect to these two policies, Terry?
Not a change, just either point of clarification or reminder. We had discussed previously that because we're moving to a strategic plan, like these calendars of dates, it follows the policy governance, but this would be massaged and changed as we work through the strategic plan. So that is coming. It's just not ready to be published in that manner. So that's why it's continuing on with this type of schedule until that kind of we roll into that method.
Yes, until that we merge and move away from this and fully into our strategic plan. So we're in that in-between stage of moving away and starting anew. So thank you, Terry. Okay, so the motion is that council approves the changes to the CRD 4 and CRD 5 policies as proposed, including changing the term president to chair, board to council, and removing gendered language. Could I have someone move that, please? Tiffany, seconder, Julie, all in favor? Carried. Next on our agenda is executive limitations items for consideration. So we have policy content review for EL2, EL3, EL4, EL6, and EL9. There were no changes proposed by executive. Council has had this to review the executive limitations. And was there anything that council noticed that they would like changed? I don't see anything. Okay, so the time has come that council will now move in camera. So once this motion is passed, this will be the end of the live stream for today. So we'd like to thank everyone for joining us and wish you a good day. So the motion is that council will move in camera as per RHPA Schedule 2, Section 7(2)D at 1:42 p.m. for agenda items 11.1 to 11.5. Can I have someone move that, please? Jenny, seconder, Nella, all in favor? Carried.